Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Maritime World Conference and Expo. What a beautiful crowd of people we have with us today. Allow me to start by saying good morning and thank you for coming here this morning, Honourable Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Public Works, Dr. Chris Bonnet, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues. It is a pleasure for me to be your host here today for the very first time in Malta of such a conference to take place. My name is Claire Ajus and I am Maltese. That automatically makes me a sea person, and I'm actually a very good, for those of you who know me, they know I am a sea lover, so I feel very much at home today with today's topic. Let me start by introducing or sort of welcoming you to the maritime world. Maritime world has become a dynamic international community built on innovation, inclusivity, and the belief that progress happens when we bring different perspectives on the same table and share them together. And that is why we are here in Malta. Malta is in the heart of the Mediterranean, a global crossroads. It is a thriving center for trade, for logistics, but most importantly, for maritime excellence. And I say this with pride. Over the next days, we will be connecting with leaders, policymakers, pioneers, and disruptors, those very people that actually work together and shape the future of our industry. So let's get together now and think boldly, let's connect meaningfully, and let us make this experience a very good one. As we say in the maritime world, let us shape our course and set our course together. And to begin this conference, I would like to invite a message from the Prime Minister of Malta, who unfortunately couldn't be with us this morning, but is sharing this video message to kickstart this conference. Prime Minister of Malta, Dr. Roberta Bela.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, I regret not being able to join you in person today, but I am confident that your conference will be successful. Throughout history, Malta has stood as a bridge between continents and cultures, a trusted partner for trade, and a safe harbor for ships and ideas alike. The sea is woven into our identity, our economy, and our vision for the future. And for me personally, it is a lifelong passion, one that deepens my respect for all those who sail upon it, work upon it, and depend upon it. Their resilience, courage, and discipline are the living heartbeat of Maritime Malta. Today, the government of Malta reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the maritime industry. This sector is not merely an economic pillar. It is part of our national character. Malta continues to invest with determination and foresight. The Grand Harbour Regeneration Project is transforming one of the world's most historic ports into a modern and sustainable maritime gateway. In Marsaxlokk, at the Malta Freeport, we are expanding infrastructure to meet the growing demands of global trade, logistics, and energy. We invested in shore-to-ship power supply systems, cutting emissions, and improving air quality within our ports, a tangible step towards a greener maritime future. We are improving harbour ferry connections, enhancing mobility across our Grand Harbour, and we invested and expanded the fast ferry service to Gozo, ensuring seamless connections between our islands and strengthening national unity through modern transport. We are also investing in the purchase of the fourth vessel connecting Malta and Gozo, addressing the rising demand for crossings and trade, while guaranteeing stronger inter-island connectivity. Through digitalization and green port initiatives, Malta is embracing innovation and sustainability. We are advancing our role in offshore energy and the blue economy, while continuing to strengthen ship repair services, which for centuries have been one of Malta's proudest maritime pillars. At the same time, we have developed a strong national yacht policy, ensuring that the yachting sector grows in a structured and sustainable manner. This policy supports new berthing facilities, high regulatory standards, and world-class services that have made Malta the preferred destination for yacht owners and operators across the Mediterranean. Today, Malta stands as the leading flag registry in Europe and the #1 registry for yachting in the world, a reflection of the trust that international partners place in our flag, in our legal framework, and in our maritime professionalism. Our Malta Ship Registry remains a symbol of safety, credibility, and reliability that foreign investors and maritime operators continue to associate with our nation. You can rest assured that Malta will continue to offer a stable, competitive, and transparent environment for maritime business. Our vision is to keep Malta at the helm of maritime leadership, serving as a beacon of opportunity, reliability, and progress for all who share our seas. May this conference inspire new ideas and stronger cooperation. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. To address us now, first live keynote that we have, I would wish to invite Honourable Minister for Transport, Infrastructure and Public Works, Dr. Chris Bonnet.
Morning, everyone. The joy of following the Prime Minister. He basically took everything I had to say, but let's try to make something out of it. So, as usual, I have a prepared speech, but I think I will try to speak a bit off the cuff, as we are amongst friends, many friends, and we are amongst also persons who are finding out who we are, who are intrigued by who we are. So my job this morning is to try to make them feel as welcome as possible. So, maritime world, two words that are very, how can I say, very challenging right now put next to each other. The world is indeed facing certain issues that are being addressed, and it's facing issues that impact directly what happens in the maritime industry. Talking about us, talking about our country, one has to understand immediately that for us, maritime is not just an industry. It is indeed our life. As a small island nation in the middle of the Mediterranean, we depend almost exclusively on the sea. It's been like that for centuries, since the time of the Phoenicians that started trade in Malta, outside of Malta, but bringing materials to Malta. Since then, it has been a history, our proud history, of depending on the sea to eat, to cure ourselves, to clothe ourselves, to basically have a life. And conquerors of the past have understood immediately the geographical role, the geopolitical role that Malta has in the Mediterranean, and have, yes, some may say plundered us in a certain way, but they also left us with a very strong sense of what this industry means to us. And this is why, over the years, I believe we have developed this strong sense of being a maritime nation that has evolved through the years. And it has brought us to this position where I proudly say, out of conviction, and I'm 100% convinced now that I have been nearly 2 years as minister responsible for this sector, that we are indeed leaders in the Mediterranean, leaders in Europe, and leaders in the world. Why? For two reasons. that are closely intertwined. First is that our tradition has made sure that our only resource, which is the human resource, has been trained well, has been used well, and has adapted well to this business, to this industry. We can call it a business, why not? We have more than 10,000 families that earn their livelihood these days on this industry alone. But we've done different things. We have very strong professionals, very strong seafarers, very strong leaders in the industry, not just in Malta, but also who make a name for us abroad. This has led, as the Prime Minister said just before me, to having the 6th largest registry in the world, the first in Europe. Now, if you look at it from a size perspective, we shouldn't be here. Our size does not merit such a flag. It's not about size, it's about the brains that we have in the industry. And I salute all of you present, and especially those who worked in the past, who have built the success story that Maritime Malta is. But it's not just that. We are continuing in that experience as well by having courses tailor-made for people who want to enter into this industry, for people who want to upskill in this industry, because it's an industry that is ever evolving. And I am glad to see that we have also foreigners who are choosing to come here to learn. And that means we're doing something right. On the larger scale, then, we have the government's direction, the country's direction on where we want to go with this industry. And now we're talking about digitalization, we're talking about decarbonization, two very important subjects that the government has tackled head on. Not just the government. This is what I love about this industry. This is not a government thing. This is a Malta thing. We all contribute together, government, opposition, the industry, the various branches of the industry, to make sure that we remain leaders. In decarbonization, you heard the Prime Minister saying we were the first EU country to infrastructurally have the first full port onshore power supply system. And we're working on a second one in the Freeport, and we're starting work on a third one on the other side of the Grand Harbour. When it comes to decarbonization, I'm pretty sure, and I have to salute colleague Miriam Dalli this morning, the Minister, who are working hard in their ministry to try to unravel this big cobweb that is the next fuel that will be used by the industry. When we talk about the digital world, we have to adapt to it. Transport Malta this year has started already with these certificates, but it's not enough. We are seeing the digital world moving the maritime industry into the era of AI. And this is going to be very important when it comes to international trade. You know the problems that we are experiencing with supply chains, with trade routes. AI in the future will be a very important tool for risk management. Which routes are going to be the most efficient? Which routes are going to have less possibility of attacks, which are more secure? AI eventually will lead us there, so we have to prepare ourselves. We have to be good, as we have always been, and prepare for the future. Geopolitics is right now and is going still to be very important in the shaping of maritime policy in the present and the future. If we really want to decarbonize, we have to commit ourselves as an industry and as governments and policymakers to make sure that we deliver on the decarbonization promise. I have to admit that what happened at the IMO a few weeks ago left me a bit disconcerted, because we all believe that that is the direction we have to go, but maybe we should listen to each other more. I'm not here to say who's right and who's wrong, because I sincerely believe that both parties have something right in their argument. But it's about talking together, discussing, and really agreeing on a way forward to decarbonize. I hope that we don't waste a year when it comes to the net zero framework. And I'm not talking about Malta now, I'm talking globally, that we don't waste a year, that we understand each other's concerns, and that everyone thinks more globally and less regionally, because regionalization and protectionist measures may look good in the short term, but will ultimately damage world trade in the future. Imagine a world where we have 6 or 7 or 10 or 12 different emission trading schemes around the world. That would be a disaster. So, apart from telling you to enjoy yourself, and please enjoy yourself, especially those who came from abroad, you will see that we have a lot to offer in this country to enjoy, but please use this time, because conferences like these, and I have to thank the organizers for the effort that they have put into this fantastic conference. Conferences like these are one of the really few places where you guys actually get to meet and talk face to face. What happens in your discussions then comes to us. And that is the most important part of it, what comes to us, because then we can actually make policies, we can actually come up with your ideas, not our ideas, we can implement your ideas for one simple reason only: to have a better maritime industry. And history has shown, the present is confirming, and the future will still continue to show, that as leaders in the maritime industry, we will continue to lead in infrastructure, in digitalization, in globalization. I wish you every success with this conference. Thank you for having me here. And of course, this government is open to business. We have an open door policy. Please let us know your ideas. We are ready to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Dr. Chris Bonnet, and we are very pleased this morning that we are joined by the Minister for the Environment, Energy and Public Cleanliness, Honourable Dr. Miriam Dalli, whose ministry, of course, works a lot in the maritime world. So let's welcome her on stage for her keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, esteemed guests, allow me to start straight away with a word of congratulations to the organizers for such a well-attended conference. And I would like also to welcome everyone here in Malta, particularly those who have come here from abroad, because it is truly a pleasure to join you here at Maritime World, to see both government representatives and opposition representatives, Minister Bonnet and also MP Castillo, because this is something that we have to work on as one nation, irrelevant of any partisan political positions or any interests, because all the different interests need to come together. And Maritime World is truly a platform that is bringing people together, people who can really and truly move the global maritime industry forward. Now, we all know and we're all aware that around the world, the maritime industry is navigating one of the most consequential periods in its history. It's handling decarbonization, it's handling digitalization, geopolitical shifts, the energy transition, and also supply chain resilience. Now, all of these are reshaping the way ships are built, the way they are operated, the way they are regulated, and also the way they are financed. In recent months, the global conversation around climate ambition for shipping obviously intensified. And it intensified with discussions which are continuing at the highest levels at the International Maritime Organization and also regional partners. Obviously, that conversation is also ongoing at the EU level at different EU Council formations. Although the adoption of certain frameworks is still under negotiations, I believe that there is a broad consensus that a credible pathway to net zero emissions is essential, because it can provide clarity for investment and it can also provide certainty for ship owners. Maritime World represents the spirit of partnership that the industry needs: open, inclusive, and courageous. I'm saying this because shipping carries approximately 80% of global trade. Now, we all know that Malta is a small country geographically, but our ship registry is considered one of the largest globally, and it is the largest in Europe. By Q1 of 2025, the registry surpassed 10,000 vessels, constituting nearly 91 million gross tonnage. So shipping is an industry that is extremely important, and it is rooted in resilience and also innovation. Now, I'm the environment guy, I was going to say. I'm the environment lady. So I will be focusing in particular on decarbonization, on global CO2 emissions. And here is an industry that is responsible for around 3% of global CO2 emissions. And when I look at projections, I'm seeing that it could grow significantly by mid-century. So from this aspect, the need for change is clear, especially for coastal and island communities like Malta that face the direct consequences of climate impact. And in this regard, Malta is working closely with shipping operators on the implementation of both the EU ETS Maritime and also Fuel EU Maritime. The competent authority here in Malta for the EU ETS is the Climate Action Authority. It has achieved a 95% compliance rate for account openings and surrendering obligations. But we want to make things less burdensome. And that is why we are providing, as a country, free technical assistance, unlike several other member states, because we want to ensure that the maritime industry is fully supported and that we avoid placing additional burdens on operators. I look at the transition a bit differently. I think it is a once-in-a-century opportunity to drive competitiveness, to enhance efficiency, and also develop new business models. And if done correctly, and I emphasize, if done correctly, it can help position ourselves as leaders in the maritime sector. The maritime industry, at least from my experience, has always been ahead of the curve in relation to technology evolution, from sail to steam, from mechanical navigation to digital systems. And once again, we have the chance to redefine the future together. But achieving this requires collective effort, because no single country, no single company, no organization alone can deliver the solutions if it works alone. So we need a coordinated action to, first and foremost, build the infrastructure of the future, from green fuel supply chains to shoreside power and the digital backbone for smart ports and also integrated logistics. Second, to invest in research, innovation, and also scale-up, accelerating the development of alternative fuels, such as green methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, and also advanced biofuels. Thirdly, to strengthen training and workforce development, equipping seafarers, engineers, port professionals with the skills required for a digitally enabled and environmentally responsible industry. Fourth, to anticipate global and regional regulation, not waiting for rules, but shaping them through evidence, engagement, and also foresight. Fifth, to ensure safety and security in a world where cyber risk, geopolitical tension, and supply chain disruption have become defining realities. To maintain competitiveness through flexibility, innovation, and partnership, and enable the industry to grow while advancing climate responsibility, and critically, to embrace inclusivity and diversity. And here, allow me to emphasize on this point, because I believe that this sector should benefit from the creativity and expertise of everyone. Women, men, young people, experienced leaders, entrepreneurs, researchers, coastal communities, and global corporations. Because ultimately, a thriving maritime sector must reflect the global society it serves. So the future of shipping will be built on collaboration. Governments can set direction, they can set frameworks, but industry has to drive innovation, academia has to provide knowledge and talent, and financial institutions have to mobilize investment. And international organizations can coordinate scale and alignment. So events like Maritime World do create the environment where these strands connect. And that is why today's discussion really matters. Because I believe that we have the opportunity to shape change, and we can do it if we do it together. So I want to thank the organizers, partners, every participant who will contribute and who has contributed to building this platform, and I wish you all productive discussions, new partnerships, and the inspiration to continue advancing our shared mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Dalli. I did mention disruptors in my introduction, and I'm glad we injected that in right at the very beginning as we progress in our conversation today. So let's come back to Malta and its maritime hub. Actually, we go way back to the late 1980s, where the Malta Freeport started operating, becoming a hub that globally links all routes to this little island. And to give us his keynote speech, allow me to welcome Mr. Alex Montebello, Chief Executive Officer of the Malta Freeport.
Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure to welcome you to Malta and to this year's International Maritime Conference. Our island has always stood at the heart of the Mediterranean, a natural crossroad where global trade converges, thanks to our strategic position in the center of the Mediterranean. Malta has long served as a vital hub for the maritime industry, connecting continents, cultures, and commerce. This is a legacy that fills us with pride, and one we are determined to strengthen and sustain through a dynamic, forward-looking maritime sector that links Europe to the rest of the world. And as an island economy, Malta depends on efficient maritime links, not only to sustain our way of life, but to drive our economic growth. These links have always been our lifeblood, our inspiration, and our road to progress. As Malta Freeport terminals, we are deeply aware of this legacy and of the responsibility that comes with it. The success of Malta's maritime industry is in many ways tied to the success of our port. And for more than 30 years, we have worked tirelessly to ensure that Malta Freeport terminals stand as one of the leading transshipment hubs in the Mediterranean. Today, we connect more than 110 ports across the globe, serving as a key gateway for international trade. Our strength, however, lies not only in our strategic location, but in our consistent commitment to investment, innovation, operational excellence, and sustainability. Since privatization in 2004, we have invested over 400 million euro in infrastructure, equipment, and digitalization. And now, we are embarking on the first terminal expansion project in 25 years, an ambitious development that will enable us to handle the next generation of mega container ships and further strengthen Malta's position at the forefront of maritime transformation. Through our latest investment in advanced equipment and infrastructure, Malta Freeport now regularly accommodates some of the world's most energy-efficient vessels, including CMA CGM's LNG-powered ships. These are among the cleanest and most environmentally friendly, responsible vessels in operation today. Our shareholder and largest customer, CMA CGM, continues to lead the industry energy's transition, expanding its fleet of dual fuel and methanol-powered vessels that represent the future of sustainable shipping. Sustainability remains at the heart of everything. We have adopted a long-term decarbonization plan that charts a clear roadmap towards reducing our emissions by at least 40% by 2040. This means investing in energy-efficient equipment, renewable energy installations, and new technologies that allow us to put environment while continuing to deliver world-class performance. Looking ahead, digitalization will be the driving force behind our next phase of growth. We are proud to be the first terminal within the Terminal Link Group to implement a digital twin through Nextport AI, a system that uses and automates to boost efficiency, reliance, and service quality. Tomorrow, I will have the privilege of joining a VIP roundtable where I will share more about Malta Freeport terminals, our expansion plans, our sustainability initiatives, our commitment to health and safety, and our vision for a smarter, greener, and more connected maritime future. I hope this conference will be a platform for meaningful exchange, a chance for us to share knowledge, inspire one another, and explore the exciting possibilities that lie ahead for our industry. Thank you, and once again, welcome to Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Montebello. It is now time to hear from a leading shipping company that operates in Malta. It actually plays a key role in Malta's maritime industry. And allow me to introduce now Dr. Eugenio Grimaldi from the Grimaldi Group.
Good morning, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to speak after such esteemed representatives of Malta National Institutes. On behalf of the Grimaldi family and the Grimaldi Group, I would like to thank you for your insightful remarks and for your continued support to maritime industry, which is so vital to Malta's economy and to wider Mediterranean region. Malta holds a special place in our company's history and in our future. A country that is not only a key maritime hub in the heart of Mediterranean, but also a long-standing partner in a journey of growth, innovation, and sustainability. Allow me to briefly introduce who we are and what drives us. The headquarters in Naples and fully owned by our family, the Grimaldi Group, is a multinational logistic company specializing in the operation of roll-on and roll-off. These vessels are car carriers and RoPax ferries. The group is founded in 1947. My grandfather, Guido Grimaldi, and his brother. Today, the group employs around 21,000 people, both on board and ashore, and operates at fleet more than 130 vessels, modern vessels. Our ship serves 150 vessels, 150 ports across more than 60 countries in 5 continents. At the heart of this global network is our integrated logistic chain, which also included more than 20 owned managed ports and terminals in 12 countries and several road transport companies, ensuring seamless connection between sea and land. For over half a century, The Grimaldi Group has been a cornerstone of maritime activity in Malta. We are proud to be partner in the government of Malta, with whom we have signed a public service obligation for the supply of reliable and efficient maritime service and regular connect the country with the key Italian ports such as Genova, Livorno, Catania and Salerno. Our group also extends the reach of this core direct routes through transshipments, enabling connectivity to all regions it serves worldwide. Such an extensive network provides vital links that support local industries, facilitate trade, and contribute to the country's economic growth. Today, our presence here is stronger than ever and encompasses a diverse range of services. The involvement of our Valletta-based subsidiary, Malta Motorway of the Sea, for ship ownership, Malta Shipbrokers International Ship Brokerage, and Grimaldi Marine Partners for ship crew management. Our operations are supported by trusted local port and commercial agents, Sullivan Maritime, with whom we are share a long and fruitful collaboration. All the vessels owned by Malta Motorway of the Sea and some of those operated by Atlantic Container Line, that is another company of the Grimaldi Group, proudly sail under the Maltese flag. They are currently 12 in total. In addition, since 2006, Malta Motorway of the Sea has been collaborating with MCAST. As you know, is the Maritime Institute supporting Maltese cadets in the journey to become officers serving on its vessel as well on other shipping within Grimaldi Group's fleet. A recent memorandum of agreement signed with the Maritime, of Malta leading maritime training institutions, also aims to strengthen Malta's role as a maritime hub and support the next generations of seafarers. Last but not least, Malta Motorway of the Sea is also expanding its presence locally by establishing an ISM, the International Safety Management company, hiring Maltese professionals and reinforcing port logistics and crew management services. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime sector is evolving rapidly, and Grimaldi, we are determined to be at the forefront of this transformation. We are investing heavily, sustainable shipping with new vessels that are embody the most advanced green technologies available today, from the hybrid propulsion system and battery, thanks to the solar panels, air lubrication system. In the last decade, we have ordered 58 new ships, with 21 units currently under construction. Our latest generation of ship can already reduce CO2 emission by up to the 50%, and many are equipped for cold ironing, enabling zero emission while in port. We are also looking to the future with a new vessel designed to run on ammonia and methanol, paving the way toward carbon neutral operations. Green investment have involved not only the fleet, but also the several ports and terminals of the Grimaldi Group, where solar and photovoltaic panels, wind power plants, and the other eco-friendly technologies are being installed. This investment reflects a clear vision of growth, responsibility to innovate continuously and build a more sustainable and decarbonized future for the maritime transport, not only for the Grimaldi Group, but for all the communities and partners we serve. In this context, the short sea connection we operate, linking Malta to Italy and beyond, are essential. They represent an efficient and sustainable transport solution, helping to reduce harmful emissions, congestion and costs while strengthening regional trade. As we look ahead, we remain deeply committed to Malta, to its maritime sector, to its institutions and people, and to its role, a bridge between Europe and Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimaldi. We started this conference by hearing keynote speakers embedded into the maritime world here in Malta. But the idea behind this conference and the work that has been going on for months, if not years, comes from maritime world. And let us hear, before we begin our panel discussions and the dynamics of the day, from the founder of Maritime World, Mr. Eli Vakili.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, honored guests, friends, colleagues, everyone. I won't be long. I didn't even prepare a speech. I didn't know I was supposed to give any speech, but I'll manage. I need especially to thank Transport Malta, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Energy, the Honorable Dr. Robert Abella, Prime Minister, who he prepared a video for us. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen matters, he could not make it personally, which we still appreciate it. I would like to thank all the exhibitors, all the sponsors. Very short, I would like to announce the next year's show, now due to a very good turnout, having guests flying from North Africa, North America, South America, Asian guests. We have people from Japan, from Korea, GCC region. Thank you everyone for flying all the way for this event. We have managed to secure 3,000 square meter expo and conference for next year in November. Again, the date will be 25th, 26th, and probably 27th. Always one day full conference and expo and another half a day program. So I hope I'll see you all next year again. We will have a road show in Qatar before we do the Malta show again. We don't know exactly what date yet, but we are in discussion with our partners in Qatar at the moment, and we will announce it eventually by end of this month. We will open the second stage in a few minutes, where oil and gas, energy, deep tech, AI will be discussed. So please do not feel caged in the conference room here. This stage will be open in 10 minutes. And please choose your preferred titles if you wish to listen to different discussions. Both stages will be running. And here as well, we will be recording everything, so you can also live stream it, share with friends and colleagues at home, or if they are still at work, you can share the link, which we will send it to you shortly. I think let's kick off the conference. Please enjoy. Every time you need to take a break, the expo is at your disposal. Lunch and breakfast still going on. Lunch, I think, would be at 12, I guess. And enjoy the show. I look forward to speak with everyone and see you next year again. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ali. And as you mentioned, we're going to kickstart with our first panel discussion, which is called Smart Maritime Corridors, the future of ro-ro and short sea transport. Let us introduce the panelists. We have Dr. Eugenio Grimaldi, Mr. Joe Bugeja, Chairman of ATO, Mr. Nicholas Stan, the CEO at Valletta Gateway Terminals, Mr. Michael Kallus, Chairman of the Board of Directors at Transport Malta, and it will be moderated by the CEO of Pivotal Step, Andreas Chrysostomou. Oh my goodness, sorry, I did the wrong one. That's apologies. That's a 2:30. I was bang on right until this very minute. What happened there, my iPad? Please do come. Actually, you are, I think, in the first panel. Yes, exactly. Dr. Eugenio Grimaldi in the first panel. Elena Schembri, Flag and Port State Coordinator. This is the first panel discussion, which is the next industrial wave, ship owners shaping the future of global maritime power. Claudia Vella Casagrande, Secretary General at Malta International Ship Owners Association, welcome. Mr. Paolo Guidi, the General Manager, CMA CGM Italy. And today's panel, the first one which we have, this discussion will be moderated by Cesare Vera, Director at Global Reach and Strategy, Foltrex. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, thank you. I will. The future. Isn't that the topic that we're discussing today? Can you hear me on this one as well? I can use either, right? A couple of months ago, I was, at my present moment, planning the trip to this magnificent country, and today I'm with you all at this present moment, which means that present moment is in the past. So I'm living the future moment today. What are you trying to say with this, Cesar? And I'll tell you what. Everything we do in the present shapes our future. Therefore, we need to be intentional. We really need to know that everything we do today matters. My name is Cesar Vera, Director of Global Strategy at Fueltrax. I love working with Fueltrax because I get to work with vessel owners, and the vessel owners like working with us, as well as operators, regulators, and facilitators, because we help them every day reduce carbon emissions by optimizing the fuel consumption with powerful analytics coming from real-time data from sensors installed on the vessels, which means that every day we're contributing to shaping the future, which is the topic of our panel today. And with that, I would like to start with my new friend, Paolo Guidi, and ask you, Paolo, with CMA, CGM, LNG, methanol, advanced analytics, for decarbonization, and I understand you have 3 pillars on how this is being actioned. Could you be able to share that with the audience, please?
Okay, thanks a lot. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here in Malta. Sorry. And yes, thanks to the organization, Maritime World, and thanks also to the Malta government, and thanks also to my Malta colleagues that are together with me today. That's why it's a pleasure to be here. For sure, I think that shape the future, shape our future for CMA CGM is absolutely a milestone, is part of our very ambitious decarbonization strategy. And I think that it's important to be here today because in Malta we are the #1 provider for flagged vessel. That's why it's a place to be, let me say. In average we have 25, 26 vessels per week. That's why it's a very important hub, Malta, for us. And I know how our colleagues in Malta are working very close to the terminal partners. And for sure, if you look on what CMA CGM is doing on the sustainability, is something that I think is is really big because it's impacting on all the company, meaning that people is a human being asset financially, operationally. That's why I think that is a very, very important topic today. Our company is leading this segment of the shipping, enlarging the scope because CMA-CGM Group, is today providing end-to-end solution. That's why sustainability is not only on shipping, but is also on all the asset, meaning warehousing, transportation, trucking, inland, railway. There are a lot of effort in order to be able to cover the entire scope. Let me say, as you said, we divided in three main areas. No? One is the asset part, where I put as a first, before to go on the more, let me say, technical part, I put people, because people are our asset. That's why it's a matter also to train existing employees, but also new people. We have also some investment in Malta with the cadet to get them on board as a pilot together with our terminal partner. That's why is also that is touching Malta, but we are doing this everywhere. That's why there is a lot of training, a lot of activities to bring our people closer to all the digitalization tools that will be the game changer for the future in the sustainability. On the other way around, for sure, there is a long path of our CMA-CGM Group that is coming from the investment on renewable fuel, low carbon vessel. The investment is more than $20 billion with more than 160 vessels, LNG and methanol. That is, let me say, the common way of working today. But for sure we are working also on new technology, okay, or new fuel. But let me say, before to go to the R&D part, research and development, I would stay on the fact that we have the possibility to work today, even if maybe there is no all these renewable solution on the operational point of view, because the second asset is to have in our group 3 fleet center that are working 24/7, and they are monitoring all our vessels in the process to optimize routing and to have also energy efficiencies, let me say, activities on it. We are talking about digital solution, real-time connection with the vessel in order to monitor and to have the best speed, the best way of manage the routings. Then we have an efficiency plan that is following the main milestone of the net zero carbon strategy that is the output of all these activities, okay? If you look on the third pillar, the R&D part, we are investing a lot on new solution. For sure, we have ammonia, we have hydrogen, we have also nuclear solution that we are looking for, but also a sail powered vessel. We just had the Neoliner, was early October, that is a sail ro-ro vessel, powered sail, and I think we are really trying to get everything possible to reduce the carbon emission. But today, I think the most important point out of the low carbon solution is to have our operation that are really focused on this decarbonization and the optimization of the, let me say, strategy.
That is fantastic, Paolo, and I would like just to share that unfortunately Paolo, well, fortunately for him, because he's going to attend 3 other events today, he's going to have to depart early, but thank you for sharing with us. You did right on time on the 5 minutes that we only have for each of you.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I would like to appreciate what you said, something really important.
Yeah, last sentence maybe for me is just because we had also today to have our Captain Vice President Emmanuel Marcelo Derran, that unfortunately was not able to attend, but he's the one that is managing all these topics. That's why he's the one that is the engine, let me say, in the group working on all this solution. That's why next time he will come.
No, but and welcome, and this time we were so happy to have you. And then Paolo mentioned something really interesting. We're in the world of AI, and we think that everything is AI and is transforming and replacing us. Not true. You mentioned something really important. I call it HI, human intelligence. We are creative beings, and this is what we need to do. Thank you, Paolo.
Okay. Thanks a lot. I apologize, but I need to leave.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's move on now to Dr. Grimaldi, if I may. Very nice meeting you today.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. In the words of the Honorable Miriam Daly, she mentioned something really interesting. Clarity for investment, certainty for vessel owners. And you just shared with us the huge investment, the heavy investment that the Grimaldi Group is doing on greener technologies and all the advancements. The question remains for ship owners. Is sustainability a cost or an investment? Because at the end of the day, this is a business. How would ship owners remain competitive, profitable in a sustainable effort? Can you share that with us?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the difficult question, because this is the real question, no? What should I say? I think that today sustainability it's not a choice. I think it's a must. The matter is, can you be sustainability and competitive at the same time? So, what should I say? Profitability and sustainability goals go hand by hand. My point of view and what we are doing, and I say doing, not trying to do, we are doing, it's reducing our environmental footprint, and we are contribute to improve our vessels efficiency and extend the profitability of our activities. To give you an idea, just to be concrete, I'll tell you, our last investment that are linked also the Malta port is the G5 G5th. It's the Grimaldi Green 5th generation vessel. This vessel has the capacity of carry on 500 trailers for each departure. This means that we are the capacity to carry on this vessel 2 times more than the fleet, the vessel that we had before. Because before we had the biggest in not only in Malta, in the Mediterranean, in terms of ro-ro vessel capacity. We have doubleized the capacity, but we are emitting the same. In terms of CO2 emission, we are emitting the same, but the capacity is doubleized. This gives us the chance to be, for sure, much more green than before. The other point is that, to be honest with you, is that we are not, these vessels are also much more competitive in terms of CO2 emission. Why? Because we have scrubber on, because we have solar panel on, we have done a lot of investment that give us the capacity not to be the 50% less in terms of CO2 emissions, but the 70%, because thanks to this modern, innovated investment in terms of capacity, we have in the Grimaldi Group an area, a department, and maybe we are the only shipowners in the world that we dedicate a strategical department regarding only energy and efficiency. So what should I say? This investment with 12 vessels that are in North Europe, in the Baltic Sea, in the Mediterranean, they're linking Malta. These vessels are giving, I think, such an example of competitive and advantage while we cut the CO2 emissions and we have also a lower consumption. So I think this is an extremely concrete example of how the two things can go hand by hand.
Thank you for that remarkable efforts that Grimaldi Group is placing, and I will capture something really important that you said. We're not trying to do, we're doing, and that's what defines us human beings and successful people, an entrepreneur like yourself. Thank you. So moving on now to Elena Schembri. Honorable Chris Bonnet mentioned something interesting. He says, maritime is our life, speaking about Malta. And you represent the flag and the state board. And that is something really interesting as well, to see the prominence of the flag. However, that conveys a lot of efforts as well. The world and the maritime world is facing a lot of challenges. We hear now from ship owners what they're heavily invested on, but how it is the state supporting these efforts, and how do you see that this is going to be able to reinforce the presence of Malta across Europe and the world, supporting the ship owners on this maritime industry?
Thank you for this question. Yes, first of all, our role as maritime administration is to ensure safety and security of navigation. So it is very difficult at times to keep up with innovative solutions of the ship owners to improve efficiency and especially with the regulations, and remain compliant and competitive. But we still keep our reputation and remaining open for a discussion, and preparing ship owners, for example, through different pilot projects together with the ship owners and recognized organizations, and encouraging to uptake alternative fuels, because we do understand that environmental regulations accelerate vessel renewal, and in the long term, it will build up a shipbuilding demand, high shipbuilding demand. So this is one of the solutions we find, and also as Transport Malta, they invest a lot in the infrastructure of the ports. Basically, we turn the regulation into innovative opportunity. So ship owners are encouraged to search for new opportunities and innovations. Also digitalization. We really work hard to move to digital-first maritime administration. Because we already moved to e-certificates, seafarer certification, and moving forward online, fully online registration. As a port authority, we have a very advanced single window reporting system to reduce possibility of undue delays or administrative burden. Also, as authority, we invest a lot in human capital, because technology is nothing without people who can operate it. And at times it can become even dangerous. So as authority, we collaborate with a number of training institutions, and to ensure that we have seafarers well trained, we have the professionals from engineering, naval architects, law, to ensure that we have people working in the industry, in the new industry. And also we remain a strong voice in the international fora like EU and IMO, because we have to ensure in consultation with the industry, with other stakeholders, that the regulations are innovation friendly and operation friendly. So basically it's turning that maritime administration, it's not a regulator, only a regulator. Modern maritime administration has to become a partner, a strategic partner to the industry, to the ship owners, and to academia as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, Elena. So I picked up the word safe and innovation. So I'm capturing some of the words like Dr. Grimaldi and Paolo. But now, and thank you for sharing so much in so little time, 5 minutes. And we're going now to Claudia Vela Casagrande. Did I say that correct? I hope so. So the Honorable Miriam Daly as well mentioned something else. And she says, prevent additional burden for maritime service providers. And you play an important role by being secretary of the Malta International Ship Owners Association and helping ship owners going through these, let's call them hurdles, challenges, seamlessly. What is the association being able to do in this fashion?
Thank you very much. And allow me to thank you for moderating this session, but also Ali and the rest of the team for organizing this excellent event and a key key moment in time for the industry. The topic of this panel is crucial. It is about the future of the industry, the future of the industry that we are building now, because indeed in the industrial revolution, if you can put it, of the industry is one we are all building now. I am the Secretary General of the Malta International Ship Owners Association. That means I represent the ship owners that are flagged under the Maltese flag in discussions in Malta, in Europe, and internationally. And we are the collective voice of these ship owners. And as you rightly said, and the previous speaker said, the industry is facing very crucial times. Difficult challenges, but also key opportunities for the future of the industry. The decarbonization of the industry and the digitalization of the industry are two key factors that are driving change, a change that we cannot stop, and a change that actually we embrace as ship owners. But of course, that change is one that we cannot drive alone. That is a change that is driven also by legislation, and it is also a change that is driven by cooperation between the different parts of the sector. And I think disseminated in all the discussions, all the speaking notes that we heard at the start of the session, but also the previous speakers. The industry is facing, the shipping sector is key, the cornerstone of international trade. We've heard it before, but it's facing considerable challenges due to geopolitics, due to changing trade routes, due to also changing trends. But it is a resilient industry, and its resilience is based on global rules. And this is one of the problems we are facing now. Increased fragmentation in the industry, and this is one us as Maltese representatives, but also in the European and international discussions, we are constantly advocating. The industry is a global one and it needs global rules, and the attacks against multilateralism and the international rule-based order are one of the things that are very concerning for the industry. So both nationally, at international and at European level, this is one of the advocacy views that the whole of the industry is advocating, and it's now at a crucial time. Decarbonization is just a clear example of that. We cannot decarbonize without having global rules. What has happened in the IMO in October is a decision to postpone the decision, but it doesn't mean a decision that we should pause this international discussion. It is one that actually should enable us to step up our game, to find solutions that are more equitable for all, and ones that ensure that the decarbonization is one that the whole of the industry can manage. And that also plays into what discussions are happening nationally and in Europe and internationally. The shipping industry cannot decarbonize alone. The legislation is nowadays putting obligations on ship owners without there being sufficient fuels at suitable prices for the industry to decarbonize. And therefore, one needs to work in a more collaborative effort in the whole of the supply chain with ports and fuel providers and financiers. And there, we have also pushed for Malta to step up its game. Malta is a key player in the Mediterranean. And Malta has recently joined the Clean Energy Marine Hubs, which is a collaborative effort of all these different stakeholders. And we're very proud that Malta in June joined that. And when I get back to what the minister said before, the future is in collaboration, in multilateralism and in collaboration. And I believe Malta's industry, close-knit between public and private, have a key role to play.
Yes.
Also as connectors in the future.
That is fantastic. So much aspects to put in such a period of time. So just finally to close our panel, if you may please, in just one sentence, and I'll start with Dr. Grimaldi, Elena, and then with Claudia. What is the single most important action the maritime industry must embrace to shape its next industrial wave?
Here it's very difficult to reply to your question, also because you don't know, but here we have a TV. We have 5 minutes to reply. And when you arrive to 1 minute to the end, become red, and looks like that a rocket it's launching from this side to the rest of the world. So, once again, I know that I have to run. You are stressing us. So, which is the question? What should I tell you?
Not me. I'm just doing a roll here.
Thanks to do modern, the great job of this event, because this, how you are innovating and modern. So well done. It's a great job. To clarify that, we appreciate it. So tell me once again, which is the question? Pardon.
All right.
They're losing time. That's very nice. We believe that the future of the. We really believe on the short sea. When I say short sea, I mean the connection between less than 25 hours. How we connect, how we organize our network. No, from Genoa, I said we connect Malta to the north of Italy, to Malta to Genova. Then we have the same connection to the let's say the center of Italy with Livorno and the south with Napoli. From that side, we are a new let's say sort of hub from this side, because from Livorno and Genova we can connect also the trailers from to Malta to Spain, and then once again to the Baltic area. We connect from the south also to the Greece or to Turkey. So we really believe on our network. We really believe that as you can see, I think the sales, you have grown dramatically in terms of units. I think because the goods are costing less thanks to the capacity of the economy of scales of this vessel. So I think that we can continue to grow in terms of capacity. I think the emissions are reducing thanks to these innovative vessels. So I really believe that the short sea activity and the network will support always more the industry and the activity of Malta. So I really believe on the innovation. Of course, I believe on traditional jobs, but at the same time with innovative vessels, and we have to get to reach the goals that we have from the environmental activity to the and I'm very happy to say that we achieve the goal of 2050 already in 2025. So let me say that I'm very proud of what my group is doing, and I'm very satisfied because also our clients, and here also there are part of our clients here in Malta, are giving a good service to their clients. So I'm really happy because it means that I'm doing a good, giving them a good service too, and so it means that the old canteen is working in the best way. And I want also to thank the minister here in Malta, the authorities that are supporting us. I would like to tell you once again that we have the PSO. It means that we are and we feel the public service of Malta, and this is something that I really appreciate. And for us, it's something that means that we really feel Maltese and part of the family. In family, we feel Maltese. And this is something very important for us. So thank you very much. Here is red. The rocket is launching. So thank you.
Doctor, that was remarkable. Thank you so much. Your turn, Elena.
Yeah, but we were given one sentence, right? Because I have to be example of compliance. So in one sentence, I believe that it is important to establish an open dialogue between ship owners, regulator, government, and academia to ensure that we have good policy, friendly policy, and coordinated action towards new generation of shipping. And only like that we ensure that we have safer, smarter, resilient shipping. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, please. Please, Claudia.
So I will continue where I left off with the importance of a collaborative rather than a fragmented approach. Both nationally, European and internationally, the fragmentation of the industry, the silos approach is not the way ahead. We cannot, as an industry, continue that way. The decarbonization and digitalization are a clear drivers for a more whole of system approach. And that's, as I said before, in terms of clean energy. Clean energy cannot happen with ship owners investing alone. There's a whole of system approach. Ministers of transport, ministers of energy, ministers of finance working together, the ports, the financiers, the ship owners, and it's a whole of system approach. And with that, I also say that is also, from that angle, we have to not miss out on the human element. And that's the key factor in all of this. The drivers of our industry are the humans that drive it. Even though the digitalization is changing certain parts of segments of the industry, the future is still within the workforce. And the workforce needs to be upskilled, needs to be also brought closer to the industry, like in a country like Malta. And also we need to use all the opportunities, including of all the diverse roles in the industry. So I would say that the future is a collaborative one. And in terms of what is happening internationally, this is a key factor. We cannot continue with silos approaches of countries. unilateral or regional approaches don't work in a global industry. And therefore, that is my plea. Multilateralism has to be supported, IMO has to be supported, and we need to, and I think Malta is a key player in that. Malta is the founder of the United Nations of the Law of the Sea. We have Arvid Pardo, our ambassador, who actually was the initiator of that concept. That is still the constitution of the seas. And we are seeing that it is being breached, unfortunately, nowadays. And that is a key unifying force in the industry to the sustainability of the industry. So I would say really collaboration at national, European and international, and with a global perspective in mind, because that's the only way we ensure competitiveness and resilience going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to stand because I really want to appreciate our panelists. Thank you so much for enlightening us. Thank you, audience. And the words of Honorable Robert Tabella, stronger cooperation.
Thank you, Cesare. You have been an incredible moderator. Actually, some of the points that came out during that panel will be discussed in the following panel discussions. We have a loaded agenda. You could see from your tag, if you scanned the QR code, that it's actually loaded, and therefore I ask you all to try and keep to the time. We are unfortunately already running late, but we want to give you what you really deserve. Some of the members have asked if there will be time for questions and answer. Unfortunately, right this moment, no, but we are trying to factor that in, and also I encourage you to make up for that during our lunch and networking time as well. So without further ado, we would like to introduce up on stage the CEO of Transport Malta for his keynote speech, Mr. Kurt Farrugia.
I will try to do what I specialize in, basically being short. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the organizers. It's a fantastic conference, and I am sure that this will follow in the years to come, and rest assured of our collaboration as Transport Malta. Basically, from what we heard this morning, and I'm sure what we'll hear in the next panels and speeches, I can see that the future of shipping and maritime industry, be it decarbonization, sustainability, digitalization, crewing and crew welfare, they stand on three pillars. Technology, so the industry needs to embrace innovation and technology, including Internet of Things, automation, and AI. I was very glad to hear the initiatives that the Freeport are doing in this field, as well as what Dr. Grimaldi said with regards to the sustainability of the shipping industry. The human element, the previous panel mentioned human intelligence. We speak about artificial intelligence, but human intelligence is very important. Therefore, attracting new blood to the industry is extremely important, retraining and training the existing workforce. Then there is the significant investment that is needed when it comes to infrastructure and superstructure, particularly as applicable for ports and sourcing the necessary funding for such investment. Ports, as many of you know, are no longer just nodes for transport, but have evolved to become logistics hubs, as well as energy transition enablers. As many of you would know, we are leading the pack when it comes to the onshore power supply technology. The ESPO European Seaports study, which was commissioned in 2024, in fact concluded that European ports require 80 billion in investment over the next decade, which goes to show also the importance that shipping and our ports have also towards the economy. The previous speakers all mentioned very important statistics, so I won't be going through such numbers to keep this speech brief, as I'm looking forward also to the next panel. But I would like to delve on one very important thing, which I believe we should all be talking about and discussing how to take the industry forward. Basically, it is competitiveness. The Draghi report, in fact, on competitiveness of the European economy recognizes that EU's shipping global leadership role and the importance that for this industry to remain competitive. To achieve this, we need to ascertain that shipping is regulated at global IMO level. It is unfortunate that the introduction of the net zero framework has been delayed. But this is where we all must work harder to achieve global harmonized standards with realistic decarbonization targets. And that is down to cooperation and basically an international framework that meets the expectation, first of all, of sustainability, but also of the shipping industry itself. And to this level, for example, the emissions trading scheme taxation is, to my belief, posing a threat to the competitiveness of EU ports, where shipping lines may opt to transship cargo in non-EU neighboring ports. Ensuring that the EU shipping legal framework is industry-friendly and compatible with international law is not only about competitivity and jobs, but necessary for Europe to retain control of the global supply chain and international trade. And this is something which we really believe in. It's not just about the jobs and the economy, but also to ensure that Europe remains at the forefront when it comes to retaining the supply chain, as well as being self-sufficient when it comes to international trade. I am sure that the topics that I have outlined in my brief introduction to the next panel will be discussed and debated in more detail with representation from the various stakeholders, including shipping lines, terminal operators, service providers, and regulators. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive and enjoyable day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurt Farrugia. Thank you. And immediately we move on to our next panel discussion, which is Charting the Course, Maritime Policy and Regulation in a Changing World. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Matthew Attard, partner at Ganado and advocate, Mr. Dylan Coughlin, Maritime Administrator, Gibraltar, Dr. Anne Fenech, President and CMI and partner at Fenech & Fenech Advocate. Thank you. It's a little bit compact here. And moderating the session is Filip Marcinkowski. I hope I pronounced that.
Marcinkowski, thank you very much.
Marcinkowski. He's a regulator and policy expert, and I leave it in your good hands to moderate the next panel.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you everyone. It's a really big pleasure to welcome you to today's panel. Like it was said before, I think that in terms of the sustainability, the fossil fuels, the ESG aspects, these are quite important topics which are actually on the mouths of everyone. However, in today's panel, I wanted to give you some insights related to directly the maritime law, the future of the maritime law, and the insights of practitioner aspects of the development of a certain, for example, vessel shipping and registries. So I just wanted to start this conversation with the aspect of vessel registration. And my first question goes to Matthew, which is quite experienced in terms of registry, in terms of acting on behalf of a certain stakeholders. So, Matthew, my question is about the current state of vessel registration. My question is about the aspects which are currently important, which are currently, whenever you think, required to be improved. So the floor is yours.
Quite an open question. Look, there are many topics going on in terms of the Malta registry. As previous speakers confirmed, the registry is the largest registry in the EU and one of the largest in the world. And it's always trying to fine-tune the service it can provide. Digitization is clearly one of the hot topics over the past few years, and sometimes it's a bit misinterpreted, both by the industry and by the ship owners. The concept of digitization is there to obviously facilitate the operations of any administration. But sometimes when I speak to ship owners, they tend to think that digitization is this clear path of communicating with the registry online, getting the certificates they need online without any questions being asked and with some form of a very quick turnaround, like the same manner in which you would book a holiday.
Okay, so just short question here. Do you think that there are insufficient instruments for the ongoing process of the digitalization?
No, look, I think we need to understand the digitization and what administrations like ours are intending to achieve by digitization. Digitization is there primarily to streamline the administration's workload, and to allow administrations to focus on the more important dynamics of shipping. In other words, running a flag, ensuring that the ship owners are adhering to the international conventions, and ensuring that the service provider plays a fundamental role in this process. I think, together with the administration, I see a couple of characters here, including the CEO, but the minister and even the opposition, are all in agreement that even in a digital world, the service provider needs to play a fundamental role of being, if you like, the gatekeeper between the administration and the client. So our role is going to be one that still will continue supporting the ship owner who chooses to operate, in our case, under the Malta flag, but at the same time ensure a level of compliance, of adherence to rules which protect both the ship owner and the reputation of our flag in general. And the digital platform is there, hopefully, to facilitate this in happening.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you. It's a very insightful answer. But actually, we have one representative of the administration, Delan, from the Gibraltar. So I would like to ask a question regarding the Matthew take into the aspects of the ongoing digitalization from the perspective of the administrative body.
From our side, can you hear me? Obviously, I fully agree with the observations made by Matthew. I think he highlighted and commented a few points which we as an administration sort of align ourselves with. And the way I always look at it is I always go back to what our duty and our role and responsibilities are as a flag state. First and foremost, obviously, we are a facilitator of trade. That's why we exist at the end of the day. So we are there to provide, in terms of Gibraltar, and similar to what Malta do, we're here to provide the services of a register, which is committed to the highest standards of safety, protection environment, and crew welfare. So on that basis, our role is that, going back to UNCLOS, what our duties are that, facilitate trade, and a part of it is verification, ensuring verification and compliance. So with that regard, the elements, when we talk about digitization, and I agree with what Matthew said, we look at it from the point of view of obviously what the benefits are, and the benefits are clear. We introduced digital certification, electronic certificates, because there's a difference between digital certificates and electronic certificates. We introduced electronic certificates back in 2022. We already started the digitization process of a registry before that, but in 2022 we did launch IMO FAL compliance certificates, which bring the aspects of the fact that they have to comply with the FAL convention. So we brought that in 2022, and the benefits of that were obvious. Obviously, reduction of paperwork, improving processes, improving efficiency, transparency, the fact that the stakeholders, ship owners, had real-time access to certificates. But on the other aspect, it also brought in elements of security. I mean, as just to briefly go over the fact that we introduced unique tracking numbers for every certificate, QR codes, so it assisted, or it does assist in the basically checking of authenticity and validity of certificates, which for that is very important in this day and age in terms of trying to combat what seems to be an increasing problem, which is fraudulent certificates, and the effects that has in terms of administrations exercising that jurisdiction and control over the ships, because the adverse effect of not having effective jurisdictional controls and compliance is clear enough to see, where you have ships which are not basically flying or having fraudulent certificates, and there's nobody checking compliance, which has an effect on the environment, on safety, and importantly, crew welfare.
Okay, thank you, Delano. Okay, and you are at the very heart of this transformation and shaping legal framework as a president of the SCMI. So I would like to ask you, what's your position on the taken positions, points of view of two previous speakers in terms of the digitalization?
Thank you, Philippe. Thank you, Philippe. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this invitation. How wonderful it is to be here at such a varied audience. But quick off the mark, digitalization. I took notes. The advantages of digitalization: streamlining, saving time, gatekeeping, facilitator to trade, electronic certification. All very well and good. However, I'd like to pick up on the point which Dylan just mentioned. And I want to be a disruptor. Where is Claire? She wanted a disruptor. How can we combine digitalization and the advantages and all the benefits with the elephant in the room mentioned by Dylan? The elephant in the room being fraudulent registrations and fraudulent registries. Very quickly, what are we really talking about here when we talk about fraudulent registers and fraudulent registrations? What we're talking about in terms of fraudulent registrations, persons who want to avoid being regularized, who want to avoid being disciplined, who want to avoid being watched over by fraudulently flying the flag of a particular country when they're not really registered there. Now, that's one. Two, fraudulent registries. I wake up one fine morning and decide to put up a website and decide to sell myself as the Malta registry, which thank God has never happened. I am a fraudulent registry selling a flag to somebody else without authority. So how does all of this come into the equation, and why is it so dangerous? What is the CMI and what is the IMO doing about it? First of all, I think it's important to understand that this issue of fraudulent registrations and fraudulent registries is, of course, crucial in terms of safeguarding what we have, in terms of being able to exercise control, in terms of ensuring that the vessels which ply the vessels' oceans are regulated. Now, if they're flying fraudulent registry flags, and if they're being registered by fraudulent registers, they are going to really escape through the net. Statistically, the audience might be interested to know So what flags are these fraudsters resorting to? And if I may just refer to a paper produced at the IMO last year, it's interesting to note that the flags which are being used fraudulently are not among the top flags. The flags which are being used fraudulently are Belize, Comoros, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Fiji, Gabon, Gambia, Guyana, Mongolia, Palau, Bolivia, Samoa, Sierra Leone, Somalia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, etc. Now, that might give you an idea as to why, therefore, do fraudsters resort to these types of registries. They resort to fraudulently fly the flag of these registries because perhaps their regulatory regime isn't so tight. And that is where I would like to conclude and tie up with digitalization. So we really need to be very careful when we're talking about digitalization to ensure that it can work hand in hand and it won't lead to the abuse of the system even more.
Sure, perfectly. I would even add to that it works, unfortunately, on the competitiveness of certain markets regarding like registration vessels. Yes, Dylan?
And I fully agree with that, Anne. And I think it's important to highlight the work that was done in the IMO Legal Committee in the 112th session, which was a paper submitted by the UK. Obviously, us forming part of the UK flag state, we're a separate secondary register. So we contribute to that, and it's important to highlight that work and the aims of what they're trying to achieve, which is basically setting up some guidelines, best practices for ship registries, which obviously to combat exactly that, the adverse effect of fraudulent registries and registrations have, obviously as a result of the lack of effective jurisdiction and control. But I think using the word that has been sort of common this morning, which is silos, I think it's important that the whole of sort of the community, maritime community at policy level works together in maybe giving this paper a push as well, because at the end of the day, the guidelines and the best practice that will be developed will rely on obviously the input from established registries such as Malta, Gibraltar, so the UK, and within that, obviously, the aims are to identify or basically support, help to support identification of fraudulent activities within member states, working together collaboratively, and obviously prevent flag states themselves being the target of fraudulent actors, for want of a better word.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Dylan, for this bright information. However, I wanted to move on with the sanctions, actually, and their practical implications. So, Matthew, if you mind, from a point of view of acting on behalf of stakeholders, what are the most common problems with the sanctions, actually, regarding the flags and registration?
Look, Malta has a very robust, I can speak about Malta quite confidently. We have a very robust system of checking who our clients are. I'm sure Gibraltar have the same standards. Now, in the shipping world, asking too many questions to owners sometimes works against you, especially when you're competing against flags, which tend to be a bit more flexible in what they ask. What I can tell you, and I mean anybody in the industry can confirm, is that having the data and asking the questions becomes extremely critical when you need to implement or take action against owners who either are carrying out criminal activities or are sanctioned. So there are many advantages to it. One of the disadvantages to the sanctions regime, and quite frankly a disadvantage to being within the EU, even though this might be a bit controversial, is that the EU always tends to be, if you like, one step ahead when it comes to the regulation of the environment, all great, to also the way in which it wants to tackle sanctions. Now, when it does so, obviously it's doing so with good intent. So, increasing the pressure on Russia to, to stop the conflict is certainly a good thing. But shipping is international. I mean, the moment in time where you start placing added burdens on an owner who decides to operate under the EU flag is the moment in time where obviously the owner, even though morally, ethically, is in agreement with the sanctions, might have to think twice to relocate to another flag which has less stringent regulations on the matter. Why? Because of the commercial impact it might have and its competitiveness. So one thing, obviously, that I would call for, and I think the IMO, I think even the CMI does a brilliant job at it, is that we need to constantly look at shipping as an international industry, and we need to adopt rules that are fair across board and which don't leave or place the owner in a situation where they might need to relocate to another, jurisdiction, a whitelist status jurisdiction, simply because the rules are anti-competitive for the industry. So if I had to comment on something negative, we need to be a bit more sensitive to this issue.
Thank you, Matthew. Anna, I would like to ask you about the sanctions situations from the point of view of the CMI, and what are the perspective in terms of guidances to prevent from anything neglect occurring in the future?
So, my brain's thinking in terms of different levels here because I've got very little time. Step one, sanctions. Of course, we are all in this room totally against all of those causes which lead the international community towards sanctions, whether it's the geopolitics of various areas. At the moment, of course, the flavor of the month of the years has been the illegitimate invasion of the Ukraine by Russia. However, I need to pick something which Matthew said. We all are aware of the fact that the only way of getting people to see sense and logic, regrettably, is sanctions. But sanctions will only work if we're going to all apply the same sanctions all over the world, because otherwise you're just going to push people in different areas. Now, what sanctions do, however, another elephant in the room, another disruptor, Claire, is that you have the sanctions, but you're going to have people who are going to want to evade those sanctions. So this is why we have the rise of what is called the dark fleet. Now, why do we have a dark fleet? The dark fleet are those ships which are being operated by persons who want to evade sanctions. So they register their ships with fraudulent registries. They fly fraudulent flags. They do this so that they are able, they think, to escape detection, to carry illegitimate cargoes. They do it also via AIS spoofing. We've all heard about AIS spoofing. Today, members of the dark fleet can, through cyber attacks, represent themselves as though they are off the coast of France through their AIS, automatic identification system, whereas in actual fact, they're trading and loading illegitimate cargoes off Iran. So these are the realities that we have to face. And what is the IMO and the CMI doing about it? Well, as far as the CMI is concerned, which is the organization which drafts international maritime conventions, our entire scope, raison d'etre, is to ensure that we try to unify the maritime laws of as many countries as possible, Philip, so that at least we're all reading off the same hymn sheet, so that at least there isn't defragmentation, so that at least we can all do the same thing. And when it comes to sanctions, cybersecurity, because it's all interrelated, fraudulent registries, I can tell you that as far as fraudulent registries are concerned, which is part and parcel of the sanction dark fleet discussion, we have a committee which is specifically looking at fraudulent registries with a view to assisting the IMO next legal committee will be in March of next year, where the IMO, as Dylan said, will be discussing two issues, actually. One is a scoping exercise of the conventions which already exist to see how these conventions can assist with sanction busting fraudulent registries. And the other one will be the setting up of guidelines to try to make sure that flag states keep to a modicum of a standard, because believe it or not, there aren't these guidelines. And then when it comes to cybersecurity, yes, we are looking at whether or not it would be to the advantage of the maritime space to have guidelines, possibly a convention, to address specifically cybersecurity with a view to trying to find a solution to this most recent phenomenon, which is AIS spoofing. And just to conclude, I personally had a case where I chased a ship which I arrested in Fujairah. By the time the court-martial went to serve the warrant on the vessel had already escaped. It took me 6 months to find this ship. She was registered in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She switched off her AIS for 6 whole months. We weren't able to find her. And this now passes on to a different related topic, which is not only fraudulent registries, but fraudulent activity. Regrettably, the flag state did nothing to try to bring this ship towards its responsibilities. So yes, the CMI is trying to assist in this respect.
Okay. Thank you very much for your insights. So, according to your case, I would say that maritime regulation is no longer just about the compliance, but about strategic positioning in terms of the actual factors. So, thank you very much for joining this panel to everyone. The time is up. Thank you for listening, and we'll see each other after this panel.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you all to the panelists. Extremely interesting and bold, thanks to our lady on the panel. It is always nice to see women taking a bold step and not being afraid to address the elephant in the room. I'm mentioning women. One of the panels later on is actually women in maritime. I'm sure there are men also who do that. And in fact, the next two guests I have are precisely bold, iconic. They are two Maltese iconic figures, and I would like to invite them and introduce them on stage as I moderate quickly this next panel before we go on lunch. We have with us Neela Juice and Kurt Arrigo. Welcome on stage. Neil is a world record breaker and a hero of the Maltese, as I like to call him as well. He's a legend. Kurt Arrigo is, please do take a microphone each. Kurt Arrigo is an award-winning marine and yacht photographer. He is a seeker of adventure of the seas. So I would like to make this a very light and impactful conversation with you two. Let's start first by asking both of you to share with us your deep connection of the sea and how it led you to be where you are today in your endeavors. Neil.
Yeah, so I grew up on an island, as you did, and I spent a lot of time in the ocean as well. And back then, I didn't even understand how much it shaped me and how much it gave me. It was a place where I would go for entertainment, go to enjoy with family, friends, barbecues. But still, being in that presence of the ocean already started to give me a lot without even me understanding. And moving forward into the space that I am in now, where it's my biggest teacher, it's the place where I can go and I can explore, I can go and be myself, and there's no judgment. And it's also a space where we go to let go of all my problems. You're on land where there's lots of stimulation, you know. Someone always needs something, or you always need to give someone something, or the expectation of someone from me or me on myself. But when I go and I put my face in the water, I completely leave all that behind, and it just It's a place where you can go and dream, and you have a blank canvas, and the ocean is the blank canvas, and you can paint your own picture. So for me, it's very powerful.
You're not just a sportsman, you're also a poet, a writer, I think. You really blended those words beautifully.
Wait for Kurt.
In the description. In fact, some of the photography which you're seeing here, if not most of it, is taken by Kurt, actually. And these are moments grasped both of Neil as well as your own photography, Kurt. You've traveled the world and captured the most beautiful, sought-after shots. Tell us about your connection with the sea.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's a real privilege to be here and share, sort of our connection with the sea. Like Neil, growing up on an island, inevitably, sort of you're on the water's edge. You connect with the sea, and from the early age of 10, when I started scuba diving, there was that initiative, immersive feeling of this keen urge to explore the sea and to learn about it, to understand, and it created an inner feeling that, to be honest, I didn't even know I had. And then later on in my life, as I started growing, I picked up a camera and I kind of joined the forces to sort of capture what I was seeing and trying to express what I felt, both from an environmental point of view, from an action point of view. I connected with sailing and windsurfing, so that was another ingredient which catapulted into my career. And then it was just a drive to carry on till today, and the excitement it gives me to capture people endeavoring in their connection with the sea, such as Neil on his endeavors. So it's just sort of one thing that led into the other, and in a way took a life of its own. But that deep pull of the ocean is what really grabbed me.
Through you and people like you, we are seeing the many aspects of how we use our sea, not just for trade or shipping or other economical ways, although it is your life and you do make a living out of it. However, with regards to this aspect, how have you seen your work impact others and leave a positive effect and inspire others?
Personally, by creating the visuals, you have obviously individuals connecting with the sea, connecting with the spirit, understanding the importance of being in the sea and what it offers. And then you also have brands that feel the importance of also connecting with the human endeavors and yachting events, from leisure to sporting to activity. So creating the visuals and being fortunate enough to have a career to show what I'm creating out of this does impact people, because more and more people are connected to the sea, whether they're literally going, sort of afternoon by the sea or carrying out activities. There are so many, sporting events that are connected with the sea. It's just nice and, in a way, overwhelming to see how more people are drawn to it. And all I can do is through my eyes show what I can possibly create, and at the same time, more important, even from an early age, show the respect towards the sea and the environment.
I'm sure you will carry on what Kurt is saying, Neil, from your side. You've been incredibly inspiring to our generation, at least the ones I know of, how they speak of you and how they look at you and how they support you every time you take one of your endeavors. And I'm sure there are others worldwide who show the same inspiration drawn from that. But what can you tell us? Maybe even share some stories that you came across through your impact on others.
Yeah, so the ocean has allowed me to develop this craft, to be able to swim for many hours, for many days. And I say it has helped me because it gives me the power, with all the sea life under the water, all the sea creatures, spending so many hours through the days, through the nights. A lot of you all of you are involved in marine here, possibly been on a boat crossing from one country to the other, and you can't see land, can't see any natural light. I will be swimming through those moments, and putting myself in such extreme situations makes me very hypersensitive to the feelings around me, so I can really feel and understand deeper processes of myself that then I can share with everyone, putting myself through the extreme, the lessons from the extreme, we always say, put into the everyday life of everyone to find their balance, to find their way forward, and to find their own purpose as well.
Yes.
And yeah, the ocean is, we all know that it is a place that we go to and we feel calmer, but we take it for granted as well, because we, especially as islanders and people who are involved in the marine world, it's always there, you know, it's always there in the corner of your eye. I think there isn't one day that I don't pass by the sea once in my day. And that changes my next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, just seeing it, just being by it. But if we carry on mistreating it and maltreating it and abusing it, then all of a sudden we will feel it when it's not there, and you'll see the vibration and the energy of the people, how much lower and how much more depressed is a big word, but a bit more low on energy because they don't have the sea so close.
Mm-hmm. So in this regard, what would your message be to us all here? You have shown us how we can make even a living out of the sea by sports, through art. What, in your eyes, should be the message that we should all take home with us of safeguarding this, and even opening it up to other possibilities of livelihood, such as sports and art? Kurt.
I think the first thing is respect, you know, to really respect the ocean. We know how important it is to our livelihood, environmentally, to life, what it breeds, what it gives. Of course, we're here, you know, sort of commercially as well. We know how its role and ships, boats, pollution, and I think we just need to really be more aware. Conservation is a very important. Fishing, all these aspects really need to take an important role. I mean, when I, you know, capture beautiful places, it's to remind ourselves of these beautiful places are not just for the beauty, but that we want to make sure that they're there for generations, the importance of them to remain there, to be there, you know, life below the surface. Visually, we don't see it when we're above it, so it's hard to comprehend. So as sort of an ocean photographer, you feel obliged and you feel a responsibility to this perspective to be able to show it. And I think the more people do this, obviously, fortunately, we're seeing a lot of other generational photographers, filmmakers showing these things. So the more we have of this, and the more, obviously, we come to spaces like this where people are doing, you know, sort of commercially, ships again, that we mustn't, you know, take it for granted and just have big vessels, you know, over the sea, polluting it and not being aware of it.
I'm going to ask you to be bold, Kurt, and tell me one good practice that you have either experienced or you wish to see happening in collaboration between what you do or what you're talking about here and the big boys, as we call them.
Areas of conservation is a big area. You know, having areas that literally, you know, where there are zones that ships won't pass through, no fishing, those are really, you know, sort of vital to places. We've seen countries do it. We've seen countries turn it around from heavily fished areas to creating areas of big conservation. So it's very possible. Dr. Sylvia Earle, you know, is an advocate for these places, creating spaces of hope. So more and more of these spaces and places that we should all consider. Of course, me as well. You know, how I travel, how I do things. It's just a case of being respectful of our environment and our planet.
Yeah. I think as well a lot balance comes into it as well, where you are using the space for commercial activity, but then they are also balancing the scales by doing other activities to offset, and ultimately it's for the longevity of their businesses as well.
you have a very good influence as well on a one-to-one basis, and the person in the street. I remember the very first time years ago when you started this campaign of everybody who goes to the beach picks up 3 pieces of plastic. You know, we were all there, so everybody's input is required at this stage, whether you are a child, whether you are a big entrepreneur in the shipping sector. What is your message there, and how can we continue empowering each other to safeguard our sea?
Yeah, what we have noticed is that it's evolved a lot. So when I first started these swims 7 years ago, doing these campaigns where encouraging people to take action themselves was the way forward. People had a lot of time. It was during COVID as well, so people had the time to do it. Now these community engagements are a lot harder to get people to do something. Everyone's so focused on what they need to do, and so busy, and so many things that are happening within their day, so they don't have the time to do that. So now we are moving more into the space of how do we make everybody fall in love with the ocean. Because if they fall in love with the ocean, then they will protect what they love.
Okay, yes. And I'm going to ask you as well to be bold here amongst people who are listening very attentively to this conversation. You have a chance and an opportunity to drop in a good practice. I'm sure you have already even had one-to-one meetings with people like who we have here, but let's hear it from you, Neil. What's a good practice? Kurt mentioned conservation areas, and that's really extremely important. We've all seen how conservation areas can take life, and everybody benefits from that regeneration. One from you, Kurt.
I think the main one is conservation. I don't think there's many others that can have that same value as conservation. And conservation, there are different levels of it, because we're all meant to have, or all striving to have, 30% of our oceans, of our sea shorelines marine protected. But to what level is it protected? We need to understand that there's the ships, the fishing, the commercial activity, the pleasure crafts, these all play a part in affecting the biodiversity under the water. So we need to put in stricter rules in certain areas to allow the sea to thrive, allow the ocean to thrive, allow the biodiversity to thrive under the water. Because we noticed in COVID that when everyone was in their home, about how the planet regenerated itself so quickly. So it's not even about never passing from these routes, it's about maybe sectioning them out and passing through certain routes during certain times of the year, and then allowing the space, allowing the land, allowing the ocean to thrive and come back to its original state.
Thank you, Neil. One last quick question. Kurt, when did you last approach the sea, and for what reason, and what's your next time?
Well, only last week I was fortunate enough to be in the Azores, and I was swimming with whales, and that was an area where they used to actually hunt whales, and they've gone full circle, where now they're obviously protected and to an extreme level where you can barely approach them. So that was the last experience which I was there last week. And the next, I'll be in the Red Sea next week, doing some diving there.
Fantastic. You, Neil?
After swimming 105 hours within a week, I haven't frequented the sea so much yet. But right now, the sea in Malta is at its best. It's pristine. So at any day now, I'm itching to go and have a swim. There's no tourists. There's no one. You go, turn up, 7 a.m., swim, barely see anyone except other people who are doing the same thing as you, and leave without leaving any trace, without being disturbed at all as well. So having this access so close with such a strong connection really does build the pillars around the way I live my life as well. So
fantastic. Well, you're speaking to the converted. I continue swimming winter and summer throughout. It's been years now, and the overall well-being it has given me, as it has given you and others, especially like you're saying, when the winter months come along and then there's a health element added on to what the sea does, it's been incredible and life-changing. So thank you very much for your time. A big round of applause, Neil, Ajus, and Kurt
Thank you very
Arrigo.
much.
Thank you for finding the time to come here, share your stories, and inspire us all. And with that, we go off to lunch, and I'll see you all in an hour for the afternoon sessions. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to all of you who have been very punctual and came back on time. If you'll permit me, because before our keynote, I would like to wait a few more minutes so that we have everybody in the room as much as we can. They're doing their efforts to bring everybody in before. Only fair enough. Thank you. We have a very interesting afternoon ahead, extremely interesting panel discussions, a really nice lineup of keynote speakers, but there's also a very interesting hour where we are going to have 9 startups pitch in front of 5 judges their idea, all competing to win not only a beautiful voucher from Maritime World that they can, of course, use for their project, but most important, the prestigious trophy that will make them the winners of the startup pitches. So a few more minutes and we will start.
The startup presentations are on this
Yes.
right now.
Yeah, in 5 minutes after the first keynote. May I ask all those who are joining us to kindly make their way to a seat so we may proceed in the afternoon session as fast as we can. Dina, ma nafx min daħla, ma vera. Consulti. Okay, I think this is it. our guest speaker. In fact, we will kickstart this afternoon session with our first keynote speaker, who is a veteran in the industry. She is the founder of MC Consult and MC Consult. It's a boutique maritime advisory firm and service provider, and I'm very much looking forward to hear what she has to tell us this afternoon before we do the pitching sessions. So allow me to introduce Ms. Miriam Camilleri.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and thank you very much for supporting this august event. Well, we've spoken a lot about blue shipping, and I will elaborate a bit further on that, because I am going to speak a bit about blue skills and how they are affecting and will affect our industry today. At the outset, I congratulate Maritime World on their initiative to organize this series of conferences, bringing together stakeholders, private and public alike, a true forum, a web of multi-way communication aimed to provoke thinking and stimulate discussion as a catalyst for the progressive action. An omnipresent topic at any gathering is blue challenges. With blue economy and its wide span of sectors and activities, the main focus of attention. It is a universal contention, and quite rightly, that blue skills and blue challenges must be countered by blue skills. Otherwise, challenges remain elusive goals, pies in the sky. The World Wide Web is awash with papers, reports, studies, projects relating to true blue skills. The information is mind-boggling, yet revealing and thought-provoking. One significant question is why the term blue skills? True skills are the basis of the process. It is important to distance from statements based on impressions and anecdotes, and focus on evidence-based studies to determine the needs in terms of skills, always keeping in mind that one size, one solution does not fit all. An ambitious goal to work towards and attain these objectives. However, to put all this into action, a coordinated maritime strategy is a sine qua non. If the goals in pushing forward blue skills is to be reached, the industry needs to incentivize and compensate workers adequately. Moreover, the skills gap must be bridged long-term and not short-term. Of course, quite a great deal has been done at global, regional and national levels. Nevertheless, if higher demand for the true blue skills is to be encouraged, more initiatives and further investment is required. As our Minister Dalli said earlier on today, financial institutions must mobilize investment, and this is extremely crucial. At the same time, all strates of society need to be engaged as to what ocean literacy is all about. It is possible, and losing heart is not an option. The creation and strengthening of alliances among stakeholders should be encouraged. There needs to be set up a maritime advisory team, free of politics, devoid of hidden agendas, with the full participation of government, stakeholders, experienced citizens, youth, academics, researchers, and students. A think tank with a two-way involvement with no borders. The mindset has to be inclusivity, broad, short and long-term vision, real thinking and acting out of the box. Avoiding personality skills, personality cults, strengthening what already exists, but open to new initiatives. A productive way to do this would be to use the Maritime Advisory Platform to create 3 forums. one for training, one for information exchange and participation, and another for generating joint initiatives, thus facilitating their implementation. With so many changes being developed, introduced and further developed, such as digitalization and decarbonization, there is need to reskill and upskill in all those involved in the maritime community, especially seafarers who will have to deal with all these new challenges in new fuels and technology. It is a continuous process. Change is the only constant. Skilling and reskilling the workforce can improve the supply chain resilience and efficiency. Significant is the recent collective call by seafarers for technical experts to be placed on board ships for first voyages with newly installed equipment for the energy transition. The opportunities available in the maritime industry are endless, both on shore and at sea. Education curricula need to be revised to cater for these new changes and to include more topics related to the maritime industry and ocean literacy. The maritime industry, again, is attractive and engaging. It is, as we call it, we can call it even, it is a cool industry in all senses of the word. There are so many ideas and initiatives already operational that may require further development that the proposed advisory committee can work on. Of particular significance is the sharing of knowledge and a hands-on approach, thus encouraging student and worker exchanges, internships and site visits. Soft skills and technical skills are extremely lacking. Without the right education and awareness, quite a few maritime countries will have serious problems to move ahead. Well, other ideas are bilateral relations at governments and industry levels to outline specific areas of cooperation, such as work experiences, knowledge sharing, and exchange programs for students, researchers, and professionals, fostering an approach that centers on a growth mindset. Enhancing career prospects, satisfaction and retention of employees is a crucial issue. The current global maritime environment climate is not encouraging, and the cloud of disarray is generating uncertainty, not conducive to progressive action. There is the need to get the ball rolling on the strategy to be applied and to bring to the attention to all and sundry the need to act. ETS information has been here for years, and now that it is on our doorstep, it has proved to be divisive rather than a way forward. Amidst the talk, action is delayed and the maritime world is in disarray. Yet the world is changing. The climate is changing. Even if there are still those who deny it, the need to act is now, and that now is fast disappearing. Well, to conclude, coordinated action is crucial for the realization of these initiatives. It is of concern that there are stakeholders who insist on sinking the ship. Leaders must engage, not react. Good governance is key to attaining the best results. Good planning, clear vision, legal clarity, the right skills, and the right minds to take these decisions is key. We need to work towards a blue economy mindset. We are all here today as one voice, one maritime voice, maritime world, which has brought us here all together to exchange our views and ideas and contribute to making this world a better place for us all. Let us work together towards these great goals and initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam Camilleri. That was really interesting and kick-started our afternoon with the way it was meant to kick-start, because Maritime World, we're not interested in creating a conference status quo where everybody stays where we are, but we are progressing, and to progress we need to pitch up ideas, we need to come up with innovative ideas, we need to think outside the box, just like we've been hearing. And I think the moment actually has come. Right this moment, we're going to hear from 9 startup SMEs that were asked to come over here, startup and SMEs in maritime, clean tech, ocean solutions, and energy, to come here and pitch their ideas. And before I start introducing them and hearing their ideas, allow me to introduce the judges who will be judging which pitch idea is going to take the trophy home and earn the rightful praise of the trophy we have to give today. So our judges are Mr. Kurt Farrugia from Transport Malta, the CEO. Audrey Caruana from Malta Enterprise, Startup Lead. We have with us Bernard Montebello, head of Malta's European Digital Innovation Hub. Where is he? I thought he was here. Okay, so we will have to appoint another judge, or okay, he's here. You've seen him. Okay, then somebody give him a call, please. Tell him we've started. Lunch is over. I would like to invite over Zaneta Klostowska, Director at Hydrogen Poland. Welcome. And our last judge is Pavel Piotrowicz. He is Director of Business Administration in the fields of energy. Please welcome. And our first pitch session, which, by the way, every pitch session, you're all here, so I'll just run, you know the rules, but I'll just run them quickly. You have 3 minutes to do your pitch. Then one of the judges, you can decide between you which judge will ask one question to that particular person pitching, doing the pitch. Okay, so you can decide between you just before. I'll take this one, you'll take that one, because otherwise we'll be running out of time. And then the participant would have only 2 minutes to answer that question to the judge before I come up and announce the second pitch. Okay, so here we go. Our first pitch on stage we call Albatross.
But can I use this?
You can use that, or if you feel like roaming freely, for now you can use this, and then we'll share.
Well, thank you all. I hope everybody can hear me. Yes, excellent. My name is Ilse Rodewijk, and I am the CEO of Albatross Digital. And I'm really happy to be here on this beautiful island of Malta with this interesting crowd and sharing the stage with all the leading voices of the maritime industry. I am talking to you from the leading edge of innovation in vessel performance. We make vessel performance models based on PhD research. We use machine learning and other fancy buzzwords to make them even better. But I am really here to show you what the actual use cases are, what you can do with it, and how we do it. So this is different slides than I sent, but it's okay. I can freewheel this. The key thing here is to remember that every ship on the same route can spend 50% different amount of fuel based on mid-ocean conditions. And it's really, really hard to model this, right? Because every mid-ocean condition, winds, waves, current, has different forces on the vessel, and there are many aspects of the vessel that impact the fuel consumption and energy consumption. And we are really good in modeling that. And shipping can only change what they can see. That is why it's so critical to model it rightly. Yeah, thank you. This is perfect. I'll use this slide. So we made a very unique approach to modeling, performance modeling of ships. We base it on naval architecture principles. So we built the ship like it is designed, right? And we did it in a way that we either have a lot of information or very little information, because we are fully aware that different players in the maritime industry have different types of data. So we can use just an IMO number or a full ship design, whatever you have. We build a model and then we can tune it with operational data if you have it. This will create very accurate models. surprisingly accurate. And with those models, you can simulate voyages. You can either simulate hindcast voyages, so calculate for any vessel with an IMO number what the fuel consumption has been in the last year, and send them on a vessel on a simulated route. You can also do this for the forecast, so for the future, without any information on the ship, only publicly available information on the ship. We can give you a fuel consumption estimation based on our modeling and how the AES data and the weather data. Can you move a little bit further? I'm pretty sure there's one more. Okay. Yeah. Now go back one. Leave this. Sorry, it's a bit improvising like this. But we already have a few good clients, and they're in the voyage management industry. So they deliver software for operators to do the routing of ships. And with those good models, they can do the routing. We do studies for energy-saving technologies. We are specifically good in modeling wind assist propulsion. With our modeling, you can really compare the different scenarios. And we are close to OEMs who think of performance of ships. So our models can indicate the fouling margin or what the effective efficiency of the ship is at this moment in time. What we are looking for is business, obviously. So for everybody in the room, if you're interested in knowing the vessel performance or you have fuel risk that is relevant to you, which you like to talk to about, feel free to talk to me today, and I'm also still here tomorrow. So that was my pitch.
Question from the judges? Yes.
You want it?
Okay. Yes, it will. Can we turn on the mics, please?
Do you hear me? Yes. Okay. I have a short question. Here is many simulation and modeling. Yes. Right.
Yes.
Have you considered using AI in your project?
Yes, we do use.
How might it change the project, and what result do you expect?
With the AI?
Yeah.
So AI is a great tool to optimize processes.
Optimization.
Yes. So if you have, but it's not very good in clarifying boundary conditions. So if you train a vessel model with just AI model data, it doesn't correct itself if it's wrong. So for us, it's key to have the physical model in place first. So we know what the physics laws would say how the vessel should be, and within those boundaries we train it with AI. So for us it's physics first and then train it with AI. And I think that's a key thing to consider, because AI could train itself on wrong information, right? So you need to be very clear on your boundary conditions. And that's our philosophy about it.
Only for simulation?
No, well, I don't really understand the question, but...
You used AI for simulation, I understand.
Well, we use it to train the models. And then the simulation is like to see what the impact is on any voyage. Okay. So we can simulate every voyage, but the training is done to make the models accurate. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to Albatros. Our last judge, unfortunately, had a medical emergency, so we'll go down to 4, which is perfectly fine. We'll carry on and invite our next participant, Blue Marina Award.
you can go through quite freely, I guess. I'm gonna just pitch. So today I'm gonna tell you about Blue Marine Awards. What we do with Blue Marine Awards, we focus on marinas sustainability in such a unique scenario like the Mediterranean, which counts thousands of them. They are very interconnected, and this is of course the reach of our sea, but also brings some challenges to face. Which are the main challenges? Most importantly, marinas lack common standards of management and services to deploy. And also, despite the new European green transition policies and also digital innovation, digital transition policies, they often lack the tools to actually bring to the ground the compliancy to these policies. So, how we want to help them? We want to help them by providing the first European recognition standard for sustainability across many different fields. Think something about, let's say, Michelin guide stars, but for ports. The awarded marinas, of course, through the process, gain value, reputation, and not just for themselves, but also for their surrounding territories. So the evaluation is this is not the slide we sent, but I didn't see. Anyway, the evaluation is carried out through 5 different pillars that are strategic ones in a transparent, measurable, and replicable way. So there is not a jury, but there is a score that at the end of the process is assigned to the awarded marina. So a marina can get awarded or not, and in case they are not, they are followed in their path for improvement on the selected areas, let's say. Of course, replicability is key. If you think about 5,000 marinas we have across the Mediterranean. And we're facing more and more interest about the operators of marinas, both the managers of marinas, companies that provide service for the marinas, because they know the value of being awarded as a sustainable, innovation, inclusive marina. We think that marinas can become a drive for the development, economic, social development of the surrounding areas, the surrounding territories. So this is a tool that we want to scale up definitely across the Mediterranean. You should see in the slides some of the KPI of the last 3 editions that we carried on in Italy, and the 4th edition has just concluded and also announced the participation of marinas in Italy. And what we're doing right now is scaling up the approaches, scaling up the initiative across the Mediterranean, because, as I said, we're encountering real interest by operators of the marinas. So we're looking for new partners, for cooperation opportunities, of course, because there is a big market opportunity, and we can also bring a real added value to the environmental improvement of the coastal areas. Thank you.
So I can take this one. So you've mentioned 100 plus participants already in the program.
Sorry?
100 plus marinas have participated in the program,
yep.
right?
Till now in the first 3 editions, just in Italy.
Just in Italy and just in the first region. What did they obtain, like in terms of certification, and how will you maintain the certification going forward?
Like the certification, each year they can participate and they can maintain, let's say, the blueprint, the seal of excellence of Blue Marine Award. At the end of the process, if one marina is awarded, get the blueprint, the one that don't reach the threshold points, let's say, they are guided through an improvement process path. For example, they are lacking on energy efficiency or on inclusivity or innovation aspects. And another point that I didn't pitch, but
Through this process, we also collect a huge amount of data, useful data, to map the situation of the marinas, so we can also both guide the marinas in their improvement path, and also we can address the institutions, let's say, and the policy makers on the actual situation of the marinas and which are the best policies to help them be compliant with the European regulation and not only European regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Blue Marina Awards. And our third pitch comes from Marine Hound. Round of applause, invite them on stage. Hope they're here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nicky. I'm the founder of Marine Hound, and I spend most of my time smelling vessels. And we do that so that 150 million people living around the Mediterranean area can actually breathe cleaner air. And ships, we're talking a lot about the future fuel of ships, which is hydrogen, methanol, and ammonia. But heavy fuel oil is here to stay because these vessels have to give us a lifetime of over 25 years. So over 90% of the vessels are still HFO, and they will continue to sail our waters for a long time. Next slide, please. Now, there's a huge issue with vessels. There's a component, a chemical called sulfur in heavy fuel oil. And the IMO knows about it, and they reduced, they gave an obligation to the vessels to actually use lower sulfur fuel. And from 3.5% to 0.5%, and Malta and Mediterranean now is 0.1%. We are in the sulfur emission control area. And the problem is with the port authorities, because they have to inspect 10% of the vessels. And it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Can you go one? And here we are seeing 100 vessels, and they have to inspect 10%, so that's 10 vessels. Now, Malta has 5,500 vessels. We're working in Algeciras that has 30,000 vessels, port calls. And the red ones are the culprits, those that are breaking the law. They're using heavy sulfur fuel. And it's very difficult to do that manually, so we do that automatically. So there are a number of technologies, and we look at two metrics: coverage and cost of actionable detection. And unfortunately, these technologies don't offer both of them, because they either require human intervention or they are far away from the vessel. And we solve this with putting our equipment on buoys. So they are like two soldiers guarding the port, and on entry and on exit, we are smelling the emissions. And we have an increased coverage of now from the state-of-the-art, which is 25%, more than 60%, and then actionable detection, which is the lowest one. So actually, ports can make money out of this through fines. And we use a lot of technologies, which I will not bore you how they work. Next slide, please. Now, Transport Malta are pioneers here. They trusted us with actually deploying our first minimum viable product. Thanks to many people in Transport Malta that are helping us, so they are pioneers. And thanks to that as well, next slide, we are now working in Algeciras as well in Spain. They have 30,000 port calls, so they have a huge problem. And next slide, please. And now we have a route to market to actually showcase the two technologies in these two ports so that we can go in the Mediterranean region and as well in Africa. Now, we don't hate ships. We also have a technology for them. There's what's called the emission trading system, which is causing a lot of pain for ships. They have to pay for the carbon dioxide. However, if they are doing it manually, most probably they are overpaying. And there are studies showing that they are overpaying by 3.5% to 5% because of inaccuracies, a lot of manual intervention, etc. So we're providing a solution whereby they actually put sensors in the stack and actually measuring accurately the carbon dioxide, what they are doing, what they are actually emitting, and reporting that. So it becomes a hands-free tool. It saves them money. It gives them compliance because everything is audited, And it as well saves them the resources of the departments they're actually creating to actually calculate this carbon tax. We have so far on this business raised 150,000 euros thanks to the Malta government, and as well we are closing the round. We have raised 200,000 euros for private investors, and we are closing the round with another 200,000 euros. So anyone who's interested, I'm here to talk. Now, being a Maltese gives me an advantage here because, as we've heard, Malta is a flag state, a very strong flag state. And when you are a flag state, you need representatives, shipping companies, agencies representing shipping companies. And for us, those are our go-to-market. So they trust them. We are showcasing a system that actually works. And through the shipping companies, through the agents that shipping companies trust, we want to distribute our product. Thank you very much.
May we have one question?
So I have one question. How the data are transmitted, and are they transmitted in the real time?
Yes, yeah, so data is transmitted via wireless because we are on a buoys. It depends where we are. It depends on the connection there are some challenges in 4G in ports. So we are pretty low bandwidth. So we can make, for example, use LoRaWAN and then have a direct connection to the internet, but it's real time and very well connected. So we've taken measures to actually make sure that the data, because the moment we miss data, we lose money. So for us, the connection is trivial.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well done. Marine Hound, I see where the Hound comes in that project. We now move to another pitch by the name of Navirego. Let's welcome, I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome.
Right now, somewhere in the world, a highly skilled professional is spending his day typing information into a checklist or in ERP or scrolling through hundreds of photos or drawings. And they are doing that not to improve safety, but rather to prove compliance. Hold on a moment. I'm Dario Barbaro, co-founder of Navirego. I've been in the compliance industry for 15 years, and I've seen these inefficiencies up very close. Compliance is becoming a tick box exercise rather than an asset. Endless procedures, long checklists, and the amount of inconsistencies. People are getting overwhelmed, and they are just reacting to what happened. The problem, just go back, yes. The problem comes down to three aspects. The process is still relying on manual inputting. The data is highly fragmented, and there is still a reactive approach, mainly driven by the lack of time. Navirego is building the foundation for the operating system of compliance business automation. We are not proposing another digital checklist or digital report. We are proposing a proactive business automation engine, AI native and specific, maritime specific. Just to bring a real use case that we are working on, for instance, of a technical inspection, the inspector could go on board, the inspector or superintendent could go on board on an asset, take photo, take video, take notes, then come back to the office, dump all the information in our platform, and the AI will start to process this unstructured data. Categorizing the pictures, auto-detecting anomalies, extracting information from reports, and automating the inspection report, providing also a list of findings connected to the applicable regulatory requirements. And you instantly, in a few minutes, have a ready report that can be used to compare with the previous inspection report and track recurring issues. So you focus on prevention rather than on paperwork. The results, you cut down the reporting time, you have continuous predictive insights, and you increase the focus of your people on what really matters. We make compliance seamless, effortless, and embedded into your daily operation. We are in a validation phase where we are looking for partners, companies ready to stop managing paperwork and starting leading by data. We have the technology to eliminate this pain. We are ready to prove it and scale it together with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The question that comes to mind is there are countless software that are doing this sort of automation. How is this particular product different to other products that you find in the market?
So actually, if you've seen, there is a slide where basically we are utilizing a different typology of technologies, from LLMs to in-house built vision models to extract information from drawings and to process images. So these are in-house built, and this is our differentiation. So we are using these technologies together with an agentic workflow to basically automate compliance processes. And the one that I brought up here regarding inspection is one specific automation that we are doing on inspections.
Thank you very much, Navirego. Our next pitch comes from OmniWind. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hi, I'm the founder of OmniWind, and we build autonomous hybrid renewable energy solutions. These were the different slides, actually. Okay, I'll go with it. It's okay. Can you go previous? Yeah. As you can see, that a lot of energy boom renewable energy boom is going on, but the grid is not ready. The grid is not and that is why a lot of projects has been stuck. And that's where we think our system comes into play. Thanks. Please move ahead. What our solution does is that we combine wind and solar effectively, and then we also have a software. So we do two things. We combine wind and solar, and a software which manages efficiency and also improves manages the energy output, and that is how we match the customer demand better. Our hardware innovation is that we produce 2 times more power output, and that is the main differentiating point. So we have three factors of differentiation. One is the power output. Second part is it's a fully integrated product, and third part is that it's a fully autonomous system. This is our market size. Based on our market size, we have 2 sets of market. One is hardware sales. The global market size is about 157 billion, whereas the ARR is about 4 billion. But our SOM is considering specific EU countries, which we will focus on. The market size would be 5 billion, and ARR would be 134 million. So we have 4 confirmed projects, 2 with the municipalities in Netherlands, and also with a shipyard and a maritime company. And in the next year, we are going to install these 4 projects, and we are also going offshore after that. But we are continuously building our pipeline. Our main, as I said, what makes us unique is that there are 2 factors. One is our full integration, and second part is our autonomous system, which is AI powered. There are 2 parts. These are projections. There are 2 parts to it. One is that we will be a profitable company by 2028 with revenues over 1 million and profit of 300,000. After that, we'll enter a scale-up phase. We'll have revenues of 700 million in cumulative and 75 million in profits. The projections I showed you was only of one hub in Netherlands, but we want to replicate our hubs globally using hub and spoke model. With 5 hubs, we can have further revenues of 700 million, and with 10 hubs, we'll increase our revenue. Our long-term future is that we want to become a market leader in autonomous, decentralized, clean energy systems. We are OmniWind. We want to make our planet breathe. Please join our journey and help us in the process. Thank you.
I have one question. Your project is very interesting, scalable, and I have a question. What are the first barriers you see to overcome?
First, because it is a physical system, so one part is regulation itself. So, for example, we are doing a project in Netherlands with one municipality. It took the municipality about 6 months to get all the permits. So that is one. So in one customer segment, that is one barrier. So we decided to pivot to industrial environments. So that's how we solved it. So because in industrial environment, in port environments, that barrier was not there. So that we see as one barrier. Second barrier is that the customer interest is there, but still the investors do not invest in hardware tech startups. If it's a pure software solution, it's very easy to, or fairly easy to get investment. But if it's hardware, then it becomes a difficult. That is the second barrier I see. Other than that, it's okay actually. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was OmniWind. So far, I'm really chuffed by the diverse and outside of the box projects that we've been presented with here this afternoon. Our next pitch comes from Port Exchange. Would you like? I won't be doing the pitch with you.
Does it? Yeah, cool. Thank you. Hi, my name is Julian. I'm the founder and CEO at Port Exchange. We are a digital AI-based company from Rotterdam, and basically we work with ports to help them decarbonize. As you may have heard, roughly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from shipping. And if we go on the current trajectory with policy and technological advancement, that will end up with 17% in 2050. So it is important that we move faster. Ports play a critical role in the energy transition, not just because facilitating infrastructure or efficiency to ship movements, but also because of the air quality. Many ports in the world are close to cities, name Rotterdam, Hamburg, Singapore, Marseillais. So there is a community pressure as well for ports to decarbonize. Sustainability professionals from ports have told us they spend roughly 75% of their time collecting data. Collecting, analyzing, and reporting on trivial information regarding vessel emissions. We want to flip this around. We want them to spend 25% on collecting data and 75% on actually implementing projects that help decarbonize. That's why we developed Emission Insider. It's a dashboard and AI-based reporting tool that will just cut the average time of making an emission report from 12 months back to 2 months. We do this quite simply by using AIS, geofencing of the port, and 2 proprietary databases that automatically calculate vessel-related emissions in a port. We have checked this data model with operational data from vessels, and have found that these are hardly any significant changes between the 2. So it's highly reliable. And don't just believe me, we have sold this to ports Rotterdam, Belfast, and Algeciras in Europe. Houston is using it in the US, and we started with Singapore last year. So ports in the world are adopting solutions like ours to help them fast-track emission reporting. Now, we're not looking for money, because we're just break even. However, if anyone has access to more ports, we'd love to help them decarbonize and help the industry move to a cleaner world. Thank you.
May we have a question, please, for Port Exchange?
No questions?
No questions?
Cool.
Okay, thank you very much. And our next participant is Smart Nautilus. Let's invite them on stage and hear about their project. Or Nautilus, please correct me if I said it wrong.
Correct. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Patsalidis Athos. I'm the founder of Smart Nautilus. Who is Smart Nautilus? Smart Nautilus design, develop, and operate hardware and software for the shipping and oil and gas energy industries. What we do and how we do it. Our ROV is the hardware part of the solution. We actually dive the equipment and we collect all the information from any structures, including vessels, superstructures, or ports. We record the data, we integrate the data with our software, and our engineers are doing all the appropriate assessments to create the reports, informative reports for the owners and the operators. With our report, you can assist your daily operations, you can have more accurate decision making, you can save time, money, and you gain unlimited access underwater, anytime, any place. From Cyprus, we have our headquarters, but our presence is global. Some of our customers purchase already the equipment, they keep it on board as asset, but additionally, we offer the option to some of our new customers to try the stations that we have already up and running in worldwide scale, including Poland, Dubai, Algeciras, Cyprus, and we are expanding, including Brazil, New Zealand, and Australia. Our newest add-on on the solutions and services is the biofouling management. We have designed, developed, and implement already a logbook, the electronic logbook. We keep record of all the performance, the condition, and outcome from the vessel or the structure. And again, we create a very simple senior level report for the owners to gain again all the information in regards to the performance. We are integrating AI, Internet of Things, and of course all the new technologies, but the adding value is our in-house engineers, comes with more than 25 years of experience, and of course this can be shared with every customer that we deploy under the solutions. We gradually growing, and of course introducing all the time new solutions tailor-made to assist the shipping industry, the energy sector, and of course the environmental and maritime, let's say, stage. It's a great opportunity for us to present our solution, and I look forward to expand more after the pitch with anyone who actually interested to find out more about us. Thank you for your time, and I'm ready for any questions.
Short question. I don't know that exists the solution like the Smart Nautilus in the world, but what is your underrated strength?
Sorry,
your underrated strength. What is your power in this project?
The power, you mean the capabilities that we have? Because we have unlimited capabilities. We can go up to a deep of 450 meters. We are operating up to 4.5 underwater current knots. We have ultra high definition cameras. We can record picture, video. We do mapping. And of course, there are so many accessories that we can add on the ROV itself. The software is completely separate from the hardware. We fully integrate the hardware and the software. So the report is coming in front of the managers in 3-4 simple pages. You can get complete information about the coding, rusting, damages, propellers. We fully comply with the new regulations of IMO. We check niche areas and all the compartments, the major compartments of the vessel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
component for predictive maintenance. So will it prompt you if you see imminent structural issues in the wind farm, and whether you're considering other applications for the same device?
Thank you for the question. First of all, we initiate the operation with direct focus on shipping. Through experience, we expand from shipping to the energy sector, including oil and gas platforms, pipeline, cables, and any underwater structures. As I mentioned before, we can go up to 450 meters deep, and we keep the same quality on pictures and videos. In regards to the wind farms, we have engineers in-house. We have previous experience with a project in Poland. We completely assist the owners with the initial preparation of the foundations, the piles, the coding, before, during the preparation, and the robot with the software comes additionally to monitor the performance and the condition after installation. So basically we cover with a holistic approach whatever comes underwater. We try to become the external performance of the owner, and in the same time to become the eyes of the owners, operators, or even the ports when it comes to underwater inspections.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Smart Nautilus. And our next participant is Ecopra. Let's welcome on stage for the pitch. Yes, thank you. Stage is yours.
A first one? There is a first one? No? Okay, bon. Under the title Air Ecopra, I present you one of the earliest activity historic of our company, Ecopra, pioneering into the air treatment. In this slide, the context. So the context, 1 liter of fuel use 50,000 liters of air, and the same exhaust gas we receive 45,000 liters of air in the exhaust. So for an image, I can propose to show you a bus in Malta consumes per day around 180 liters meters cube from air. So our technology, maybe next. So our new technology proposes to a new air, and the device of and the equipment got a role to modify the nitrogen and the oxygen of the air to burn the fuel, all the fuel, and well. You can show the device of our technology. It's looking like a filter, and we use this on a whole engine and a boiler in the different application. We propose with this new device around 15 to 35% of fuel reduction, and we're requiring no modification in the motorization. All the combustion was can be augment and perform. The cost saving will be changed. We can reduce around 35 and to 30 to 60% of NOx and less noise, around 4 to 8 decibel, more torque and smoother engine operating. Yeah, it's what we can show into a motorization, a normal motorization like an engine. We can make a difference with this device into the engine. So we got a pilot time always in different applications, in different show of application. We can have different look to the vertical, agricole, and nautism, and train, rain, and boiler. We got a pilot time. We can show some results about the reduction of different applications, so the generator and bus application in the BTP, transport, and oversize. You can show some application in this week with Allianz. They win the RSE for the enterprise with our device since 10 years ago. And we think that in the Maritime we can have some application, interesting application around the different consumption of fuel and application of gas, biogas, fuel, hydrogen, and this is some of application of our company. Sorry. So we. I was too much stress.
For some people, it can be exciting to present something, but
Yeah.
I tell you, I don't want to be in the brain of you creating this. So, you know, we appreciate that what you have done and that project. This comes easy to me. That comes very difficult.
Okay.
So can you please hang on just 1 minute, because there may be a question.
Thank you for the presentation. You've done really good. Thank you. And as Claire said, it's very hard on what you do as well. So your technology can be applied to various types of modes of transport. If you had to go to the market, which area, which sector would you go first? Would you go in the buses? Would you go in the tractors? Which one are you most comfortable in?
We have been in different applications, in motorcycle to the bus, and we have a large panel of application. We can, so if I haven't been so clearly, we modify the air as an oxidizer for all the fuel, to the wood, to the hydrogen. And we perform the oxygen and the azote of the nitrogen of air to augment the quality of the combustion. It's new technology, pioneering in the combustion, in the energy. It's the oldest, so it's the old application in whole company, but we work on another size of the power of the air. But since 10 years, we modify the air for the motorcycle, train, but in aviation, in the end of the last years, we modify the air in the aviation, and we get, of course, result. In nautism, we use a jet ski, a little boat, and but we haven't a look for a moment into the maritime sea. So that's why we are invited by Halley to propose our technology in maritime. We think that it will be interesting too.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of people searching you, a Copra, and all the other startups. They are not here simply just to win the trophy and take home the top pitch, but more or less from what I've seen here, I think they all apply to someone or another in the room. So I do hope you approach them and show your interest as the conference progresses. Also, I would like to tell you that all the presentations that you are seeing today will be on the website by next week. And without an introduction, I wish to invite our last pitch, and now there's another one of my passions, flying. We see a plane, but I think this is a drone, and they are all prepared to prepare and present their presentation. This is the last pitch we have, drone mail, in your hands.
Thank you, Claire. Can we have a
microphone?
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nielsen. I'm the founder and the CEO of Drone Mail Aerospace and Cybernetics. We've been active in the past years. We're based in Malta, and we've been doing, so we develop, we build and operate and maintain high-performance drones. And with those, we managed to do a few things, like going live on TV, doing some sports, and also going offshore. So that's our interest there, where in fact we do special drones that can withstand any kind of conditions. And so for the past 5 years, we've been working with those guys, and it went pretty good. So I can show you something that we filmed. This is the drone, it departs from underwater. You might recognize the bay. And then we will end up in front of the Marriott, right?
We should open the door as well.
There we go. So our drones can withstand any kind of conditions, and it's especially good for maritime dynamic weather. So we've been working a bit, and we presented this, and that's what we're working on. So imagine we can now use our drones to link with any kind of maritime systems, offshore, and in the worst conditions you can imagine. So this is what we've been working on this year. And there we go. Okay, next one. And so this is what we are doing right now. So our drones go pretty far. They can go, no, stay on. They can go over 200 kilometers. And so we are a hardware and a software, and we do everything in-house. It was the only way for us to manage to reach all the certification requirements. And also like the dynamism of all the boats out there or the oil rigs. So we are focusing on this, as in like we went, this was I think 3 weeks ago, this is Delimara power station. We went to visit our first tanker. Thank you Zeta Energies, by the way, and also Renaissance. So the problem was for them that they are doing bunkering at sea here. And they asked us if we could have a solution for them to accelerate the pace. And interestingly, it's doable. So instead of waiting, so they need to comply with the law to sample the fuel that they are bunkering to another ships, to send back some samples back to shore. And it takes up to 3 or 4 days. So with our solution, it takes 10 minutes for the drone to go to the bunkering ship, get the oil sample back to the lab. And so I'm very happy because we did it. We are getting to there, and we agreed to put a small station there that will host the drone and that we will be able to load the fuel samples. So it's not just a drone. So we are a service company. It's a lot of components together. We can go on. And the good thing about what we did before is that we have years of experience. On the operations, we know it's very harsh and it needs to be a reality. So to have the service run real, we need a lot of technology. And so we will be able to ensure at least 300 days here in Malta of operations. So here's the team. This is great because we were only two, Red and Nielsen, for many years. And I'm very pleased that we have now upgraded the team with Donald and Beren here on stage. Thank you, guys. And we try to cover everything from the electronics, communication, data, and also all the legislation, regulatory. Thank you for Transport Malta and all the authorities and the government as well. That's it. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Nils. Questions?
Yeah, I have one. You shown on the, I think, the last slide, it's your drone is zero emission. How it possible?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
How it is powered? Because you shown that it's zero emission.
It's electric.
Okay, and from where you have?
Solar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So the payloads, right now we tailor this one for the operations to the tanker. It holds 1.5 kg. The thing is that we're a builder. So in reality, this is one of the first ones, but we built tens and tens of them. So if you have more, then we deploy the fleet. But we can't do bulky items, but we can do many items, and with the fleet going in.
Thank you very much. So we would like to invite the judges to make sure they have all the points they are going to give each one, because soon we will announce the winner of the pitch sessions that took place here at Maritime World. If you may, could I kindly, yes, you'll give the paper and we will do a quick count. Very good. So allow us a few moments. In the meantime, I would like to thank the judges, of course, for not only this, but also selecting the best pitches that were presented to us here this afternoon. I think they all deserve a round of applause. And I remind you again that all of those presentations which we've seen will be online as of next week. So they will be on the website of Maritime World. I didn't prepare a filler. Unfortunately, I cannot sing, so you'll just have to bear with me for 2 minutes until we get the results. But it could be a quick. We will have 5 very interesting panel discussions and some keynotes, all back-to-back until 5:30. So it is a very loaded afternoon. But from your agenda, perhaps you can also see which ones for you are appealing, which ones are coming. We are about half an hour off schedule as of right now, but we'll try to make that time as we go from one panel to another. Maybe instead of 30 minutes each panel, we'll try and do 25, just so we can all finish at 5:30. It will also be good that we manage to have time to view the expo, which will be open till about 6 o'clock this afternoon, not about, till 6 o'clock this afternoon, and then there's, of course, the day tomorrow. So allow me 1 minute, let's approach the counting hall. Actually, while we fill the time, because I'm also curious, I know you did ask a few questions, but could I please take a quick comment from each member of the jury about how it was for you to vote, and maybe an overview of what you think was brought here?
The last one was very impressive. That's not only for inspection, that's for rescue, for military too, maybe.
Okay. Something from...
Yeah, for me it was very interesting, the project with counting emissions in a port. So I think it's really important.
The hound, the marine hound.
Yeah, and it's very important in this time, in our time for our ports, and in a time when the climate is changing so much, and we decarbonizing the whole sector.
Okay. Thank you. Of course, the points now are in, so before we take the result, Alice, wait, I need a last comment. Will you give us a comment from what it was like to pick your favorites, or?
You have to agree with Aneta as well, with regards to marine hound as well, that it is a new technology with regards to ports, and it can go beyond that as well. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen.
I was very intrigued with the various solutions on sustainability and how to basically keep record of emissions. But I have to say I saw a lot of value in the drones taking provisions to ships. So it seems like at the moment it's a tie.
Okay. It is time for the truth. Please, Ellie, do come up on stage, and I have no idea, so I leave it in your hands. Wait. I wish to invite on stage Honorable Ivan Castillo, who will be giving the trophy that we have here, thanks to Transport Malta and Malta Enterprise, sponsored the trophy, as well as the voucher from Maritime World. Honorable Castillo, you will be closing the conference, so I leave all your comments for that moment.
Thank you.
Yes. May we have the judges up here as well as we announce the winner. Judges, join us on stage. Yes. Okay. Okay. And the winners of the pitch sessions we had for the Maritime World Conference are Drone Mail. Please take the stage and receive your trophy. And a voucher of 5,000 euros for Maritime World. We hope that sees you through many stands in other future expos and services that Maritime World offer. Well done. Let's pose for a photo together. Don't leave the short ones behind you. Please come. Please do come forward so that you can all fit in the photo. Your tortilla Kurt, inti. Well done. Thank you very much, and well done to all of you once again. Without further ado, we will be using the chairs straight away up on stage so that we proceed for our panel discussions, which is about the future of RoRo and short sea transport. This is a panel discussion, Smart Maritime Corridors. So as we have the seats going up on stage, somebody help Paulina, please. Feino, Ali. Okay, let's invite on stage Andreas, this is the panel that I've announced twice. Andreas Chrysostomou, CEO of Pivotal Step. Dr. Eugenio Grimaldi, the Executive Manager of Grimaldi Group. Nicholas Tan, CEO at Valletta Gateway Terminals. And Mr. Joe Bugeya, Chairman of ATO. finally, I have Mr. Michael Kallus, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Transport Malta. Welcome on stage. And moderating the panel is Andreas. And we have 25 minutes for this panel, okay? As we will for all the other panels continue, or 20. If we can do it in 20, I know it is very difficult, Andreas, but please do help us. We have a compliance manager running around.
Can I use this microphone?
Yes, you can, of course.
Thank you.
And I also have an extra one here, so I will. You have an extra one here, so I will give that to you. Thank you.
So this one, please. Thank you. It's very interesting coming immediately after such a pitching, because we're not going to pitch on anything, but we're going to try, instead of 30 minutes, within 25 minutes to cover what we plan to do. It's a very interesting panel because you already have mentioned and see in live a few minutes ago how the industry is changing from digitalization to decarbonization to efficiency to effectiveness, and I don't know what else is going to come. We heard about AIs, digital movements, digital solutions, and of course we're here to discuss a very important subject, which is the future of maritime logistics, the smart maritime corridors, and the future of ro-ro and short shipping. We're going to hear from the Grimaldi Group, which they are pioneers on the green ro-ro vessels. We're going to hear from Transport Malta, and we're going to hear from Valletta Gateway Terminal VGT, and also Marriott Malta. And since I do not have to take too long for introductions, I will just mention by name. I have Mr. Grimaldi from the Grimaldi Group. I have Mr. Callas, the Chairman of Transport Malta Policy and Regulation, Mr. Tan from the CEO of Valletta Gateway, and Mr. Puchera from Chairman of ATO Malta. And without any further ado, I'll take this chair now, so I can speak from this microphone and start addressing questions. I am not going to address 1 million questions, but one to each one of you, and I think we have done some preparation once, and I will start with Mr. Grimaldi here. The Grimaldi Group has been pioneer in green ro-ro and digital fleet operations. How do smart maritime corridors change the way you see short sea and ro-ro services evolving in the coming years? Mr. Grimaldi.
Hello, thank you for the question. Once again, I would like to thank the organizer of this event that I really appreciate. Regarding your question, the point I think is what means smart corridors. I think that we should think that the smart corridors, they are nothing different than sea route where stakeholders has the same goal with that are shared with ports, ship owners, authorities, and these goals are normally has several matters. For example, decarbonization. For sure, they have to get to reach a sustainability. What means sustainability has to be an efficient sustainability from a point of view, economical point of view. Otherwise, we cannot only try to arrange a sustainability regarding pollution, the CO2 emission. If there is not working, we said this morning, with the economical side. So I think what for us, when I say us, I mean Grimaldi has an example of smart corridors or motorway of the sea are our investment, our being in Malta. As Joe Bugea knows very well, more than 20 years ago, we invest on Malta, and we privatized what was Sea Malta, the previous company of Malta. where we invest a lot in terms of time, in terms of people, in terms of vessel, and I like to remember that we are still today the public service company, and this is something that has a big value for us because we feel, I can say that we feel Maltese. So, replying at your question, what was Sea Malta today is Malta Motorway of the Sea. So the smart corridor are not different than smart motorway of the sea. So being in connection, linking one to a second port or more than 2 ports with an efficient trip, looking at decarbonization, looking at the capacity of reduct the CO2 emission, and this is something that is possible thanks to, of course, the support of the clients, of the people that is investing with us. I am carrying 2 times the volumes that I was carrying before. Then, of course, it is done thanks to the panel sonar. We talked this morning maybe with the ammonia, with some different capacity of fuel, of alternatives of the fuel that we can, and this is the goal. So motorway of the sea is something that we really believe is the capacity of guarantee a sort of international connections of routes, and thanks to a big network. Today we connect Malta with Spain, with Greece, with Finland, with Poland, with Turkey, and this is part of the many countries that will link Malta. And this is efficient, is smart, is competitive, and give us and I think to Malta the capacity to be linked and connected with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very, very comprehensive. Thank you very much. If I can go now to Mr. Callas. As a maritime administration, how is the Transport Malta working to align national infrastructure and regulatory frameworks within the EU's goals for smart, sustainable, interconnected transport corridors? I know it's a mouthful, but...
Good afternoon. The Transport Malta is the authority in Malta responsible for motor, for aviation, and for the maritime. From a maritime perspective, there are 2 areas which are quite important, and there is an action with Europe with regards to the flag. We are the flag state. We're the #1 flag in the European Union, and with that brings with it certain responsibility, especially on safety and on compliance, which we have to abide by European law. The second aspect, also important, Malta's geographical situation is on the front line with North Africa, first port, and you can say it's nearly the first port from Suez Canal. Therefore, the port safety is of integral importance. Malta has 4 ports: Valletta, where Grimaldi Group operate, but we also have the Freeport, or the Marsaxlokk port, where there are bunkering, and there is the Ena Malta, where we have a gas liner there. So port safety is an important aspect, also apart from the safety, also from a security point of view. So basically every 2 years, a commission from Europe comes down and sees that we are abiding by the rules and that everything is within European law. So basically from a maritime point of view, that is the 2 aspects that we have. We are at the moment working also on strategic plans. One of them is the National Transport Master Plan for 2030. We also have the National Policy Framework for Alternative Fuels Infrastructure. And this goes with the Green Deal. Also, there are aspects with regards to the code, the road code, but that is to do with the, but you asked before what we do with Europe. A very, very important on the decarbonization, which is part of the Green Deal. We have our flagship project, which is the onshore connection, which is done in 3 phases. Phase 1 is the cruise liner port, which is already in operation. And basically all cruise liners coming to Malta connect to this operation, thus saving a lot of fumes. We are now working on the second phase, which is on the other side of Valletta port, which includes the dry docks, the shipyard, and also where the ro-ro vessels go laboratory wharf. So hopefully in the future your ships can also connect. And the third phase is Marsa-Szlok port, mainly to do with the free port. Another element which the government is introducing, and we're obviously putting our place into it, is the connectivity within the island, using the sea as a means of transport. This would hopefully save a lot of cars moving and other vehicles. So we started with the 3 cities to Valletta and Sliema to Valletta. But now we hope to expand all this to other ports, mainly in the south and also in the north, so that they can connect. We have like a network to include also Gozo. The fast ferry, to a certain extent, also helped this, because it brings passengers rather than use the car. From the north to the south, it brings the passengers straight to Valletta, and they can do their work where there's connectivity with buses. They can go to the hospital and other important elements. And basically that is all that we do.
Thank you very much. I would just go now to Mr. Tan. I understand that the VGT is in the middle of all this change because you're handling both maritime and land transport, so logistics. So what innovations or upgrades are you prioritizing for Valletta, a fully integrated and efficient gateway for ro-ro traffic?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your question, Andreas. So as Valletta Gateway Terminals, we are a multi-purpose cargo terminal, and ro-ro is one of our most important client, right, and also for the country. So to address the question coming from Andreas, I would like to touch on 3 areas that VGT is working on and will be looking at to do our part in creating an efficient, integrated, smart maritime corridor. So the first area is on the software, which is our terminal operating system. We have started doing some upgrades in 2025. 2026, we are going more aggressive. We are going to do an overhaul of our underlying infrastructure of our terminal operating system. So this will allow us to leverage on new technology, which can, again, give us opportunities to look at the gaps and look at the areas for improvement. And hopefully, we would like to also look at integrating or linking our system with clients like Grimaldi or GMV, linking our system with theirs so that we can create a seamless flow of information, right? That clients or stakeholders can have visibility for cargo flowing from origin to destination. All right, so second area will be on sustainability. I think it's very important nowadays. In 2023, we have invested and installed solar panels in our deep water quay, generating up to gigawatts hours of energy every year. In 2026, moving forward, we are looking at, we are going to evaluate transition into electric vehicles, electric equipment, right, to be deployed in our operations. We are also looking at intelligent lighting systems in our facilities, which will allow us to monitor the energy usage to reduce them. And I believe that with this initiative, it will bring us one step closer to a greener operations. And the last point, which is the most critical, I think from the pitch session that you saw earlier, for the companies, you have the software and you have the hardware. But what is the most important is the people behind, the brains, right? Human resource, which I believe is true for all companies. We need people to drive technology so that we can drive progress. And in VGT, we want to invest in our people. We want to upskill them, reskill them, and train them in new technology so that they are embracing it and they can use it to improve their day-to-day work and allow us to reach our target of being an efficient and integrated smart maritime corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Last but not least, I tend to add to and ask, from your perspective, what are the main challenges and opportunity you have to improve the coordination between land transport, terminals, and shipping lines within these smart corridors? And it's too complicated.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. When we talk of Malta, we talk of an island economy. So connectivity is fundamental for this island. Without connectivity, we cannot be competitive. We cannot supply the necessities for this country. I represent the trailer operators, international trailer operators, that 365 days in a year run trailers between Malta and Europe. When we talk of Ro-Ro, the Ro-Ro services are one of the main pillars sustaining this economy. I recall in 1976, we as Malta, Dr. Grimaldi mentioned Malta, and I was there for 32 years, we started out, we deployed the first Ro-Ro vessel, a 16-trailer capacity. Just imagine the size of a Vespa in the sector in 1976, because the vision was very clear. The future of Malta was the roll-on, roll-off services, which guarantees a just-in-time concept. So we're talking of 50 years of investment, a revolution, but particularly since the past 20 years, things have changed completely. Why? Because we have created, and I was part of that at my time, working out the increased strategy. Of course. Creating a Swiss watch in this service. Just to give some numbers so we can understand what we're talking about, such a small island, we handle 1,300 trailers per week, or the equivalent of 3.2 million cubic meters of cargo. So one can understand, and this was demonstrated during COVID time, when during the first 3 days, until we established ourselves in the way we operate, in 3 days, all the supermarkets were practically empty. So everyone, including government, politicians, and everyone in the industry, realized that this was the lifeline for Malta. So thanks to the operators, thanks to the investment, during the past 20 years, we've seen vessels growing to the extent, for the last generation, the hybrid vessels that can carry 500 trailers. This is a business that will continue to grow. What we have done to improve the system is creating a synergy, an associate concept with the terminal, with Transport Malta, with the vessels. We are the people that generate money, that generate freight to sustain the Ro-Ro ships. So we play a very important role. But we have taken on board this concept of dialogue. So our way forward, our vision, is always to sit around the table, discuss, plan. The challenges we have in front of us are of a two-tier nature. One is infrastructure. We operate in Valletta Grand Harbor, a harbor built by the Order of St. John, a fortified harbor, which definitely was not designed for such a huge operation. So we are suffering a bit on that part, but we are in discussion with the government, coming up with ideas, not only grumbling and complaining, but coming up with ideas and suggestions. And we are making headway in identifying alternatives by thinking out of the box. The other big challenge is the EU regulations, which do not, as yet, take into account island economies. We remember when Europe was formed, there were no island nations. When in 2004 we joined, there was little consideration, and now in 2005 we are still struggling with many decisions which might be good, but not applicable for island nations. One typical example is the ETS tax, which unfortunately will reach its 100% in January, and that on its own means €560 additional cost for each trailer round trip on Geneva, which is going by way of contribution, but at the end of the day, hurting our competitiveness as an island. So coming back to the original subject, ro-ro services and our synergies have today become the most vital link and livelihood of an island economy like Malta. Thank you.
Thank you. But just if I may say, we used to be 3 island nations.
Yes.
With Brexit now we're only 2, and the problem we are small island nations.
But we still what we did is create an advocacy group. Correct. Where we have the Irish Association, ourselves, and Cyprus, yeah. And we are trying to deliver our voice at the European Union.
Thank you very much. I have constraints with time, but I will be very glad if you allow me to address the audience. If anyone has a question or a clarification, you heard from the 4 major players on this game, if we call it the Smart Maritime Corridors. If you have any questions, this is your time to address it. We've been very clear. Thank you very much. I would like you to join me.
We've been clear enough.
Mr. Grimaldi,
No, I said we've been clear enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas, for conducting this panel. And thank you to all the panelists. We immediately move to our next panel discussion, which is about smart ports and infrastructure, the next generation. So who do we have on the panel? We have Mr. Joe Bugeja, civil engineer and port consultant. I think it will be another Joe Bugeja. Yes. Mr. David Magro, CEO at Malta Freeport Corporation. May I invite the conversations to continue outside, please, because we must make way. We invite on stage Slawomir Baldiga, Renewable Lead Baltic Region, Global Maritime. Sawyer De Jager, CEO and co-founder at Port Exchange. And to moderate this panel, I would like to invite Dr. Beatrice Canamari, I hope I pronounced it right. She is the CEO and founder of Sure Strategy. Welcome on stage. May I kindly ask the other panelists to continue their conversations outside? Do you mind if you continue your conversation outside? Because we have to continue the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, in your hands, Dr. Kanamari, did I pronounce it well?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have one panelist missing.
Sure, yeah, he's here. He's supposed to be here. Short from
yes,
Exchange.
Short De Jager, if anyone has seen him, he's supposed to be on this panel. And we are on time. We're slightly late, but not as much, so we are moving ahead with our panels. We will try and locate him for you. Okay. In the meantime, you may start.
Well, I was waiting for Sure to come here. He's got an important contribution to this panel from the digital side, but I'll just try to start. I text him, by the way. I did. So thank you for being here. Thank you for these great panelists. I'll try to catch up on time because we are behind schedule. So I'll be more straightforward. By the way, I'm Beatrice. I live in the United States, and I work today with the U.S. maritime industry. And today we're talking about the ports, smart ports. So we heard a lot here this morning and this afternoon about policy regulations, about decarbonization, energy transition, and all these topics. And we have to acknowledge that the ports are at the crossroads of all this, right? So ports have to deal with decarbonization mandates, with energy production and energy transition, transshipment, interland connection, gateways, shipping routes, shipping transportation. So the first question is related to smart infrastructure. We understand that most of the ports in the world are brownfield. They've been built for decades ago or even centuries ago, and we are always talking about modernization. So my question will be to all the panelists on how do they foresee modernizing ports for the current era when we are dealing with old infrastructure and when we're dealing with existing operations. So how do we modernize port infrastructure without halting current operations?
When we speak about brownfield, we speak of terminals, port infrastructure that was built originally not long ago. It would be 40, 30 years ago, and it would have been built according to a specific design criteria. You had a design vessel, you had a design craneage, a design load on the terminal, and the design of the infrastructure was all based on that, be it power, be it bearing capacity, be it bollard pulls, fenders, water depths. Nowadays, with the industry, the shipping industry, that is upgrading continually, the infrastructure of the port has to catch up. So as soon as a terminal operator gets news of the latest vessel, one has to review the infrastructure to see whether it would be adequate or not. Then comes the redesign, but the biggest challenge would be the implementation, because the terminal would be working. The terminal has to earn its money from operations, and it cannot stop. So all heads gather around the table, and a solution has to be found to upgrade the infrastructure whilst retaining the operational capacity of the terminal. Obviously, something has to give in. But what is essential is that all players have to understand that it's not a simple area or land allocation that would be decided during the berthing meeting every day. But the contractor has to give in. The contractor has to fit his work around operations. At the same time, operations have to be creative how to handle vessels with like a handicap rather than working with 3 cranes, working with 2, in order to achieve the same productivity. So it's not squaring the circle, but near enough. So that is the bottom line of upgrading of terminals for decarbonizing, for electrifying the equipment, for deepening the waters, for stiffening the quays. It's all ongoing. The shipping industry is promoting this work, and it has to be done seamlessly.
Well, first of all, thank you for the organizers for this conference. Coming from the Malta Freeport Corporation, when it comes to infrastructure and decarbonization, presently we are undergoing the implementation of the onshore power supply installation on North Quay Terminal 1, North Quay Terminal 2. We have arrived at a stage where all infrastructure has been done outside and inside the Freeport. That includes cable laying, pipes. Now have come to a point where we are working on the installation of 3 fixed points on North Quay Terminal 1, and next month we'll be receiving the reel, which will be covering the connection on North Quay of Terminal 2. Referring to what Perit Bugeja said, all ports have different scenarios. There is no similarity, and that is a setback. For example, even within our port, Freeport, when it came to implementing the fixed process when connecting a vessel, that of North Quay Terminal 1 is totally different from that of North Quay Terminal 2. We had to revert to 3 fixed points on the North Quay of Terminal 1 because the space that is between the quay cranes rails and the edge of the quay is only 60 centimeters. So you can imagine the limit space we have to work on placing the boxes, which will be eventually hanging, part of them, on the sea. Whereas on North Quay Terminal 2, there is relative space where the reel can pass by being pulled by a small vehicle. So that's one of the setbacks that we had to face because there is no similarity. Another drawback that we are witnessing when it comes to the OPS. When it comes to implementation on cruise ships, there seems to be more collaboration and similarity. However, the scenario for commercial ships is quite different. Permit me to say that ship owners are very, very tough when it comes to diverging of information on their vessels. They are not willing to share some sort of information for us in preparation for the connection. So that's another setback for us. Other constraints when it comes to space. Malta is limited to space, so when it comes to the frequency converter room, eventually, which will be the heart of the OPS system, because the frequency converters will be placed there,
Because we are limited, we had after negotiations with the operator, to build one frequency converter room, which will eventually house the electrical equipment for both OPS systems. So we'll have a 4-story, which will be housing the electrical equipment for the OPS system. What else? Lack of uniformity. I was talking during the OPSA meeting last month here in Malta. When it comes to pricing, the pricing of electricity, each port seems to be venturing on its own when it comes to pricing of electricity, and you have to be competitive to offer prices to the vessels, because up till 2030 it's not a must. The shipping vessels can choose whether to plug in or not. It will be enforced after 2030. So you have to make it attractive when it comes to the pricing of utility bills. I know that I have much more to say on this, but I know we have time constraints. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you. Yes. Want to hear from Slavomir.
Yes, from the Slavomir. I will be short with my explanation. We all know the difference between the greenfield and the brownfield, and the brownfield is definitely much more difficult, especially in such area like Malta. And I don't see any way forward without the stakeholders' coordination and cooperation. First of all, if we can do the digital twin and model that what we're gonna build, that will definitely help us to run some scenarios and avoid the bottlenecks. And how we can avoid the bottlenecks, how we can operate the port when we do our work. Definitely there is the night or off-peak work, which we can do. Temporary bypass roads and the redundance in the energy. That is what I can give from my side in this short answer on that question.
All right, great. Sure, do you want to, we were talking about the, okay.
Yeah, so thanks, apologies for being a bit late, I got sidetracked somehow. So building on the digital twin, I think definitely in the pre-development phase, it definitely helps to simulate what's going to happen when you're sort of upgrading the port's infrastructure in a brownfield situation. But more importantly, once it's happened, you want to, especially in ports that are highly utilized, you want to have predictive value on what's going to happen, like operationally. So there, I think digital, mostly data sharing between industry players plays a big role, because that helps you predict, let's say, the near-term future and allows you to sort of circumvent any additional bottlenecks that may sort of happen due to the congestion that's being caused by the upgrade. We've seen this, for example, in Port of Rotterdam, who's building one of the largest offshore wind farms in Europe, which totally made a different approach necessary. Anchor arrages had to move, a vessel had to sort of really sail just in time to avoid, let's say, over-congestion on the anchorages. And that's where digital collaboration plays a big role, because only in such a highly utilized situation, you need to know exactly what vessel is coming when and how to optimally handle those to avoid further congestion. So I think that's another idea.
Yes, perfect. We can see that technology and infrastructure can only advance as fast as coordination, right? And like I pointed before, decarbonization mandates and sustainability efforts, ports are in this crossroads, so this is an important topic for us to discuss here. And each port claims all their sustainability initiatives and decarbonization actions. But when we talk about operational growth, are these ports really factoring their growth vis-a-vis the carbon emissions reduction? So this is my point here. My question is like more towards are they factoring really their growth against their carbon emissions reduction or just against their carbon emissions initiatives? Is the math closing?
You're asking me? Yeah. So unfortunately, the answer is no. We have been doing a study of the last 6 months, looking at 15 different ports across Europe, in Asia, and the US, plowing through their sustainability and annual reports to figure out, does the, let's say, sustainability investment really help decrease their footprint? And we found out, well, two major things. One, 60% of the ports studied said that they had ESG and social reporting and those kind of environmental reporting, and set goals and targets for decarbonization over time. But when really reading through the whole document and all the sources available, no such numbers were mentioned anywhere. So there's a lack of transparency on one end. Well, the interesting thing is, obviously, there is a lot of talk about the amount of kilowatt hours being put into solar PV and other types of green initiatives across the port community, for which numbers exist. But then the growth element that these ports also talk about in their annual report has not been factored into any footprint. So the excess emissions coming from a growing cruise or, let's say, cargo business is not being put together with the input or the improvements on the sustainability side. So basically what we did, we calculated all the emissions coming from that growth, because that's based on AIS and you can do that. And we figured out on average it was like 3 or 4 times more increase in emissions compared to what was decreased due to the green initiatives. Basically leading to the conclusion there's a massive amount of greenwashing going on. So, and the point is we should help ports become more transparent and accountable for, you know, how the world actually is shaping up. Because on the one hand, it's great to celebrate initiatives around, let's say, decarbonization. Whereas at the other side of the coin is that if you're still growing, that means you're also increasing your emissions. And we need to put that, you know, back to back, I think.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, too.
It is a known fact that greenwashing is tempting. However, with the growth of the port, there is also growth of a more sensible, a greater awareness of what can be optimized and what can be done so that the environment, so that the carbon emissions, everything will be addressed. But there is no one solution to this exercise. It's a continuous one. And with a port which aspires for its growth and also its friendliness, its environmental friendliness, the two go together. We had, I can quote Freeport as an example, whereby first we identified all those areas where we can put solar panels. And there were significant areas that were tapped, which were warehouses, the roofs of warehouses. Originally, they were not designed to take the solar panels, but we found ways and means, and they are there. Large areas for parking, rooftops. That is just one aspect. So then comes other aspects like what we are tackling, which Mr. David Magro mentioned for the OPS system. Now we are on the e-RTG system. We are electrifying the yard operation, which is a big exercise because one is talking of a generational change in a terminal design. The terminal infrastructure design has to be totally readdressed because it is going to be an upheaval. And this will go towards the footprint, the carbon footprint. We take pride in seeing how these initiatives impact on the footprint, but I believe that the greatest one will be the yard operation, because the gantry cranes are already electrified, and it is going to be a big contribution at a cost, of course, but greenwashing is a term which maybe does not do justice to what terminals do. Terminals have neighbors as well. We have a village next to us, and we have a consciousness. So there is an effort, and it is proving fruitful.
Yeah, thank you.
Which I concur with Perit Bugeja about what he said about the electrification that Malta Freeport Terminals has initiated. It will be a major hit. May I also point out that as corporation last year, when it comes to sustainability, I believe it was one of the largest projects that the corporation ventured for. It dedicated a capital of 3 million to build a car park adjacent to the Malta Freeport, a 3-story car park. It funded it and eventually handed it as a CSR 2 of its story to the Birza Buja Local Council, and the lower level to the Malta Freeport Terminals. It was a major CSR project which the Malta Freeport Corporation did last year. Apart from that, when it comes to sustainability, during the past 5 years, the corporation dedicated over 1 million euro in 3 schemes, double glazing for the residents of Birza Buja. So yes, we take pride, just like Perit Bugeja said, when it comes to giving something back to the society. Apart from that, we have also an environmental monitoring committee in which in this fora there is ERA, Transport Malta, the operator, we as authority, and the local council of Birza Buja and other NGOs. This committee meets on a monthly basis. It discusses issues that arise from any negative impact that the residents report. These issues are tackled. And obviously, if there are repeated issues, we had instances where ships were redirected back because of the fumes that they generated. So yes, we take pride when it comes to sustainability.
Yeah, okay. Do you have a few yeah.
Being short, yes, definitely the cooperation between the port authority and whatever surround that port, the villages and the cities authorities, it is the key. We should take care about the traffic jams, which generate a lot of the pollution. So there is the smart energy management, also micro grids, the battery storage, AI-driven the load balancing. The electric efficiency first, hybrid transportation, LNG, biofuels, and such a thing. So definitely cooperation due to the limit the carbonization between the harbor and that what surround that harbor, and especially related to the traffic and the power sources.
Thank you. So we have finished the panel now. Thank you for all the different perspectives for such an important topic, and we'll move forward to the next panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Beatrice, for moderating that panel. Our next one is about infrastructure, experience, and sustainability, sustainable growth, cruising the Central Med. And allow me to introduce our panelists. We have with us Figen Ayan, founder at Ayan Consulting, Mai Elmar, Executive Director at Cruise Port Rotterdam, Niels Vamen Jensen, Executive Vice President, CLIA, Mr. Stephen Schwierup, CEO at Valletta Cruise Port, and moderating this panel is Nati Maddock, commentator and moderator. In your hands.
Moderator in the middle. Let's take the moderator in the middle. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Thank you, Damien. Oh, welcome to Malta. Hello. Hello. Wonderful to be here in Malta.
You're welcome, welcome.
Thank you, audience, first and foremost, for your patience. We'll try and keep it as enticing, engaging, and bring the best of the dialogue together. I encourage the audience to kindly participate in a quick Q&A after my panelists have said their piece. Thank you very much. So let's begin with Mr. Stephen Schwierup, COO of Global Ports Holding and CEO of Valletta Cruise Port. 32 ports, 19 countries. That is absolutely an amazing milestone. How many hours do you sleep? I won't let you answer that on the microphone. However, I would like to have some of the highlights of the key success factors towards this trajectory and how it relates to Malta.
Well, incidentally, the lady next to you is ex-Global Ports as well. She was the marketing manager before I joined, actually.
Excellent.
So I do have a small presentation just to give a bit of context of who we are. I became COO of Global Ports Holding after they acquired the majority shareholding in Valletta Cruise Port. So when GPH acquired the majority shareholding in Valletta way back in 2015, we joined as part of another 3 ports in Italy and us. So we were 5 ports at the time. We became 9 ports with the acquisition of Valletta. Since then 6 months later, they appointed me as COO, of course, trying to replicate the good things we did in Malta. I see the shadow minister, he's smiling here. Anyway, so since then, since 2015, we are now, as you correctly alluded to, we are now 32 cruise ports across 19 countries. Across spanning 4 continents. We see the presentation here. I won't go into all the detail. Of course, it all started in East Med with the ports in Turkey, and then we started expanding towards the Central Med, and now we're venturing. If you go one slide up, please. We started venturing backwards. Yes. So we started venturing towards the West Med, Central Med. We have a strong presence in the Mediterranean, and of course we started venturing now also in Asia, Northern Europe, and of course our biggest inflection point now was the Caribbean, whereby we acquired the biggest port in the transit port in the Caribbean, Nassau Cruise Port, which handles around 6 million passengers, going up to 7 million in the next year or so. And we have important ports as well, like Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico. We also have Antigua and Barbuda. We also have St. Lucia. And of course, we also have a small port up in Canada, Prince Rupert. And in Northern Europe, closer to you, we're in Bremerhaven. And we ventured with the first 2 ports in the UK, Liverpool and Greenock. But of course, going on to the next slide, sustainability is at the core of what we do. We take it very seriously, and it is actually embedded in our strategy.
Right. There is an award winning as well. You'll have won many awards at Valletta Cruise Port.
We've won many awards for conservation of the property as well, not alone in terms of, and of course there are a number of initiatives I can highlight in the next slide just to make it quick. I know we're pressed for time, but in terms of sustainability progress that we made as a group, we introduced a group-wide ESG reporting platform.
Excellent.
We do quarterly tracking of initiatives. We just completed the double materiality assessment. And of course, as I mentioned before, we want to be carbon neutral by 2035. Also looking ahead, we always take sustainability at the heart of each and every development that we do. So just to make it a bit quick, if we go to the next slide, I'll touch sustainability from a bit of different perspectives. So this was a sustainable redevelopment of Nassau Cruise Port. We've invested $300 million to develop this project. Of course, the biggest beneficiary of all this investment is the community at large, because we created all this new waterfront and we integrated inside the waterfront 50 local vendors to give the opportunity to the locals to continuing expanding their business. Of course, there are a number of sustainability measures that we're doing, like hybrid passenger trams, of course, LED lighting, and of course, clean up vessels in order to encourage. And of course, there is also some nice initiatives like the Sunflower Program, where we're involving people with, so to speak, hidden disabilities.
Excellent, excellent case study. But may I just intervene here, Mr. Shureb? Let's talk about Malta as an island nation, where I believe the maritime industry contributes to 15% of the GDP. What can be done in terms of enhancing stakeholder experience and to make sure that the shore to, ship power is actually set in motion as a real case study for the rest of the Med?
It's a long process. It's not plug and play. People will think, you have onshore power. Why aren't all ships connecting to onshore power? There's the commissioning phase, of course, for each and every cruise ship.
Yes.
And we have a number of cruise ships that are regularly calling in Malta that are already connecting to the grid. Of course, we have Pinto 4 and 500 development, so that at the moment cannot be used. But as you can see from the slides that I have behind me, we are already using this service. Of course, this was a government initiative.
Yes.
As Maltese people in the audience know, the Grand Harbour region is a highly congested, populated area, and this was a government, it was actually an electoral promise by the current government, whereby the OPS system had to be installed in all the quays around the Grand Harbour, and also being extended to areas such as the Freeport as well, where there are also there's a lot of
incentives
in the region as well.
Right. I'm sure Niels will be able to enhance that in a bit, but I'd like to first finish with Mr. Shureb. Now, we've covered the infrastructure, we've covered a bit of sustainability. Let's get into the experiences. Malta obviously has had a wonderful repertoire and world-class legacy in maritime, needless to say, with the ship registry leading number 6 in the world and number 1 in Europe, and now Malta positioning itself with international markets as a leading jurisdiction for family offices. Plus, the gastronomical experiences and Michelin star restaurants around Valletta are absolutely second to none. As we all know, and needless to repeat, the cruise industry does play a very vital part of the tourism sector. What can Malta do, as I see, as a passive observer, to enhance the bar for more high net worth, ultra high net worth kind of tourism?
I think it all starts with having the necessary infrastructure in place. And I think also it's a bit of a cultural shift as well.
Absolutely.
In terms of infrastructure, I think we as the private sector and the government, there is a lot of investment happening in infrastructure, but I think there needs to be a change in mentality as well.
Very well said.
I don't think the Maltese mentality is geared towards a 5-star service yet, but I think that will take time, and eventually we can reach that as well. I think we're well positioned as a nation to offer high net worth individual great experiences.
Absolutely.
I think we're a very fine example of where small is beautiful as well, because through having a 30-minute radius, you can reach any type of experience you want, whether it's a cultural one, whether a historical one, whether it's a sea adventure. This is our forte. However, we need to improve the level of service.
Absolutely, because on one hand, we have the social media talking about celebrity, star-studded yacht collections coming to our shores. And on the other hand, we see a bit of a disparity between mainstream tourism and the bespoke tourism. And when we're talking about financial markets and international family offices coming to set up shop here, obviously there has to be something that is better synchronized in terms of experiences. So that was just my opinion on how we can spur with stakeholders, private sector and the government to actually live this kind of appeal of Malta from a bespoke experience.
That is something we currently experience. In the audience, there's my colleague, our head of operations here, and he can attest to this, that, for example, when you have clients like Ritz-Carlton, ultra-luxury segment,
absolutely,
they would call us before and tell us, give me a couple of days where you don't have any ships in port, because they would want that exclusive experience.
Indeed.
And even their expectations are completely different. It's literally red carpet treatment,
Absolutely,
which
and
you know,
beyond.
we have to, even ourselves, get accustomed to, you know, that level of expectation. Even our agents have to cater for this. So, you know, it's a learning curve.
Excellent.
But of course, sometimes the two, mass market tourism and luxury segment, don't necessarily merge together neither. So, you know, it's quite a challenging task, especially in a small island like Malta.
Excellent. And in your position, you think you can drive this momentum forward with the stakeholders, private partnerships and other private entities to create this kind of buzz? We have to start somewhere.
It's quite a balancing act, because my shareholders are more after the volumes as well, because we are paid by passenger numbers rather than by...
That is an honest confession, but let's strive. Let's now move on to the Rotterdam model. May Elmar, as Executive Director, Cruise Port Rotterdam, I have been given to understand that there are 500,000 cruise passengers hitting Rotterdam every year. That is impressive, first and foremost. And secondly, I've also been given to understand that you'll have a subsidiary that is specifically catering to sustainability issues and shore-to-ship power. Can you shed some light on this matter?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I have to say that the one in Germany, one in the Netherlands, close by, put them together, and we created, it's called WALL-E, but anything in Rotterdam gets a nickname, so we're calling it Wally.
Wally,
and Wally is hard at work, and it works perfectly. Knock on wood, we haven't had very much startup problems. It's an investment, yes. So we got some subsidy, we got an interest-free loan from the government, the municipality, and we invested ourselves.
Impressive.
So we are up and going, and we are trying to make it viable for the cruise lines as well. Because if we make innovations and we create a product and we make it so expensive, then you don't need to be Einstein to know that the ship owner will say, no, we're not going to do that. So we need to be balanced and we need to be realistic.
Absolutely.
Optimistic, but with realism.
Right. My last question to you, May, before I move on to my fellow panelists here, is remind me the name of the subsidiary company that has been set up within Rotterdam Cruise Port.
It's a subsidiary of Cruise Port Rotterdam, and it's called Cruise Port Shore Power.
Right.
So you cannot, no question mark there.
That's the beacon of sustainability measures?
Well, it's not beacon because we yes, of course, I mean, it's the cherry on the cake at this moment, and we finally have it, very much so for the environment, the people living nearby, but we also have our cooling system, both for the shore power as for the terminal, is water pumps. Excellent. So it's green, and we have biodegradable. We think green and environment have been doing so for 7 years. So
fantastic. Thank you.
We're moving on, but we're not there yet.
Thank you for all the knowledge on green ports and blue economy. Now, let me move on to Mr. Niels Swamin-Jansen. I believe you've just come back from Madrid, speaking sustainability, hydrogen, alternative fuels, and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, as Executive President of CLIA, if I may abbreviate, the Cruise Lines International Association, where do you see stakeholder involvement and international partnerships to drive this mission forward?
Right. Well, if I may start by picking up on some of the stuff that Maya said as well, is what basically to say just a bit about what is the cruise ships that we see coming out now, and that'll take us to the needs from the stakeholder involvement. So, as Maya indicated, maybe I should start out by saying, so CLIA represents 92% of the passenger capacity of ocean-going cruise ships. 97% of the cruise ships that you see out there are built in Europe, right? They are built in Europe, and what's on them, so the marine equipment that's in them, the engines, etc., that is also sourced first and foremost in Europe. So this is just to point back to what Maya was saying, that there's both the addition of what cruise brings to the local communities and economies, and then it's this vital underpinning of the maritime industry in Europe that supports some 440,000 jobs. And equally important, it supports the decarbonization measures. So like the rest of the maritime industry, and pretty early on, cruise has said, okay, we want to reach net zero by 2050, which means that the ships that we're taking delivery of now, and we're looking in future years into an order book of some 80 new ships coming out, are ships where there is a constant drive at ever more energy efficiency measures, and ships that need to be capable of taking on the new fuels, right? So these are the investments where billions are being spent on that. Now, where other stakeholders then come into the picture, and particularly ports, as we now have the ports here, is basically what you've just both been talking about, right? So there's the onshore power supply, and there's the access to alternative fuels. Now, you both represent ports that are very active in these areas, but it's also a big challenge for the ports to be able to provide this timely. So we've got, I think, some 19 cruise ports today providing onshore power supply in Europe. And for us to be able to hook onto that increasingly, we've got a capacity way above that. We're going to need some investments into that. And this is where we're pointing to, by the way, a larger use of the EU ETS funds at national level, for instance, into those kind of infrastructure developments.
Absolutely. Let me revert back to Mr. Shureb. I believe Valletta Cruise Port can handle up to 5 cruise vessels simultaneously.
Well, 3 on our facilities, yes, and then we use spill-off berths. One is a dedicated spill-off berth, which is across the Grand Harbour, which is Boiler Wharf. Right. And then we do have also access to Deepwater Quay and to Lab Wharf. Of course, we need to plan this ahead. The beauty of the cruise industry is that we have a long-term planning horizon, so we know exactly when we're receiving cruise ships in 2020, not only 2026, but the first half of 2027. Excellent. I would say those are with certainty, and you would have already an idea what 2027, all of it would look like from now. So we can plan ahead.
Yes.
And we have, collaboration from the authorities. That Boiler Wharf, for example, is always a dedicated berth, a dedicated auxiliary berth for cruising. We always get precedence there. And then when it comes to the other facilities, we would need to negotiate with the operators, but more often than not, we always find good collaboration. Yes. But, in terms of our own facilities, we can accommodate up to 3.
Excellent. And from a net zero ambition perspective, is the island nation of Malta pretty much in preparedness mode for alternative fuels?
I think there is a bit of, as a nation, we're getting towards sustainable measures, but when it comes to fuels, I think we are lacking a bit behind.
Right, so that's perhaps where Neil can perhaps share his inputs for the future in terms of a maritime industrial strategy.
Yeah, and this is the case all over the place. It's a bit the access to alternative fuels is just at commercially viable prices at scale is just quite low. So what we're looking to, what instruments can you put in place in order to increase the supply? And I won't go in, but given the time limits, I won't go into the detail of it. But basically, it's a question. There are various methods that you can use of limiting the price span, basically, between the alternative fuels and the fossil fuels that are available today. And this is where, for instance, the EU ETS funds would come into the picture.
Fantastic. And sorry, May, go ahead.
But you're right, Niels. You have LNG now. We have all kinds of testing with biofuels and so forth. But and that's for the cruise industry, it's for the maritime industry, fuel. What is it going to be?
Absolutely. I believe.
And I think that's, and we have a lot of ships with dual engines as well for dual fuel use. But I think the whole industry is frantically looking to what is it going to be?
Absolutely.
Methanol, or will LNG be so clean that we're going to continue to use it? Yes. And nobody seems to have a crystal ball. And we need to make a decision on what we're going to do ahead.
Yeah.
Very well said. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just, so it's true, we don't have certainty on which fuels it will be, but we do kind of see, if you look to the new build order book for both cruise and for the rest of maritime transport, that LNG, it would be first fuel choice at the moment, then followed by methanol, and maybe we see ammonia as a bit of a runner-up. And I want to underline that when I say LNG, yes, that's in its fossil version at the moment. But why do ship owners buy LNG ships? They buy it with the view to switching to biomethane and later synthetic methane. So that brings us back to the need for the access to the alternative fuel.
Excellent. Now, last but not the least, Figen Ayan, European Commission expert. And obviously you've had wonderful experience, not just with Global Port Holding, but also with the Turkey first underwater cruise port, if I'm not mistaken. So a few minutes, share your highlights, and I'd like to take your perspectives on how city, community, and port lifestyle can all be integrated within a harmonized language.
Thank you very much for the question, and I would like to foremost thank World Maritime Malta for inviting us and having such a distinguished panelist to talk about the cruise industry, which is one of the most vibrant industry within the maritime industry. We constantly renew each other from our knowledge, for taking example from each other, and we don't have really competition. We're really learning from each other experiences. So when it comes to sustainability, and we can spend hours to talk about which fuel is the best, if LNG is a fossil fuel, or it's the future, or if it's even, methanol, the future of the fuel. But I think that the most important thing when it comes to the cruise industry is the human side. And I would reply to your valuable question, Neiti, on being the honorary president of MedCruise, which is an association representing 150 ports from 22 countries. And when you're just representing so many countries, communities, first of all, these communities want to be the bridge between the cruise industry and their community. Because at the end of the day, these ports are the place where we are born, where we are getting married, we are just going connected, and we want to share our culture and richness with everyone like we are doing, and we are going to do for the next 2 days. So for me, as a European expert who has reviewed 67 EU-funded projects, we're talking about billions of dollars, or 250 charter actions. At the end of the day, we come to a common thing, which is the human side of all these projects, which is making sure that our ports, our destination, and our places where we are living are viable for the future generations, but also all the passengers and the crew coming to our ports, because they are our guests at the end of the day. So in that sense, I would just say that I had the time just to review your valuable question, and I would say that we would prepare this destination in 3 pillars, to say so, Neiti.
Yes.
It's first of all designing cruise growth around people, not just infrastructure. And well, actually, we have here Stefan, who is just the wizard of infrastructure, I think, with 32 ports. That's tremendous. But over the years, I've learned that ports can no longer operate our isolated infrastructures. 20 years ago, when I was discussing with cruise lines that 92% are represented by CLIA, we were only talking about fenters, bowlers, the terminal building size, but right now we're talking about the community. Not only what the passengers or the crew need, but also what the community needs.
Absolutely.
So we are the bridge in a way. Secondly, we need to building harmonized regional alliance for smarter balanced growth. And in that sense, associations such as CLIA, such as MedCruise, Cruise Europe, Cruise Britain, Cruise Norway, or Cruise Arabia, or future association are fundamental for all these ports to gather together and discuss really with open hearts about the challenges they're facing, not as competitors or foes, but as people who can just find solutions to their challenges. And third, but not last, and I know that we are short in time, we need to be using data and innovation as cultural value to create aligned interests. Because cities have pressure. When a cruise ship is coming to your cities, it shouldn't be a prevent to you going to your home or to your offices. So we have to work together to make sure that these places are viable ecosystem where we are enjoying as much as the cruise activities, but also the cities where we are living.
Absolutely. As Stephen earlier said, a very balanced approach. I think we are running short of time because everyone's either wanting to go to one of the Maltese bars or have a cup of tea or interact over dinner. But a quick last takeaway within the tagline of Cruising the Central Med, infrastructure and sustainable growth, and most important, experiences. One last takeaway from my fellow panelists, please. Over to you, Stephen.
I think reaching a balancing act is very important. I think we're seeing a wave when it comes to sustainability, away from the fuel element, because I think that is visible as well to people what ports are doing and cities are doing in terms of onshore power. But there's a growing sentiment of the anti-cruise sentiment when it comes to over-tourism. And we have experienced this in ports where we are involved, like, for example, in Venice, where practically the cruise tourism has now vanished because the cruising is always an easy target, unfortunately. And we need to address these issues before they arise, and we try and anticipate and we try and educate as well in order to mitigate these things.
Very well said. Crisis communication, crisis management, and preparedness. Over to you, May.
Collaboration is key. And collaboration is a verb, and we need to share the same correct facts, not history.
Spot on. Very well articulated. Over to you, Figan.
One solution for all doesn't work in our industry. I compare ports to women. I mean, we might be all look like women, but we have very different needs, and the ports have definitely very different needs. So
we're the last session, by the way. Come and listen.
Yes, stay with us for the next session about the women in the maritime industry.
Yes.
So one solution for all doesn't work, so we have to create solution adequate to every single destination and ports.
Neil, over to you.
Yes, briefly, coordination and communication. I think that goes for all sustainability measures, including the management of the tourism flows. It is so important that we coordinate. As you know, as you said previously, you know well in advance what ships will be coming in, and that gives us the opportunity to coordinate effectively, for instance, on that.
Excellent. Thank you, fellow panelists. And Claire, may I just open the floor to one quick question? Do we have any stakeholders here that would like to add?
Don't be shy. Come on. We are in between each other.
This is a blueprint. This is a dialogue for the future of the industry. Hands up, please.
We're creating 0.2% of emission, but we have 100% blame. So you...
Gentlemen, please stand up and introduce yourself. Please do. Come forward.
Sure, yeah. So, as we planned, not just for your panel, but for the previous plan,
yes,
to invest in green tech, in advanced systems, and we're also investing in new technology, not just for ships, but for shipping. And my meaning is the people, as the lady says, in shore bases, offices, and seafarers, who remain also the 85% of accidents in sea. Do you believe that is the time to invest in human capital and not only in ship's capital?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. So for a couple of reasons, I think ICS made a report a while back saying that in order to reach decarbonization and handle the new fuels, we'll need upskilling and reskilling worldwide of some 800,000 seafarers. And I think that is for two main reasons, right? First, in order to reach the decarbonization goals, because it's all very well to have the technology and the fuels, but if the people on board the ships are working with it and the ports don't know how to operate them, then obviously we're not going to get anywhere. And secondly, there's the safety aspect, of course, because these fuels, are just very different from what we're used to, right? With some it'll be easier than others. Oh, and let's not forget, decarbonization is super, super important, top priority. But in the maritime world, priority number one is always and has always been the safety for the seafarers. That's priority number one. So yeah, I agree with you. That's
absolutely.
Hugely
Safety
important.
of life at sea, the SOLAS Convention, absolutely spot on.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Right, I think with that
Thank you
we
very
end our
much.
panel
Thank you.
discussion.
Thank you
you,
all.
Claire Ajus.
It was an extremely interesting panel, I must admit. I really feel like the bad guy here, interrupting, when a panel is of such interest to everyone. Thank you, Naiti, for moderating that. But we must remain vigilant with the time. And we do have another presentation, and then two more panels that are actually people-centered. So I'm very eager to hear what the next two panelists are going to be, how they're going to be moderating these panels. So do stay with us. But before that, please, I would like to invite Dr. Ioannis Patinoitis for his presentation here. He will be sharing his presentation is going to be People and Precision at the Helm. In your hands.
Thank you very much. I continue the answer of previous panels. Dear distinguished colleague, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Dr. Ioannis Patiniotis, founder and president of the Greek high-tech company Pilinet. The title of my presentation is Measuring Human Readiness, the New Standard of Maritime Safety. Thank you, Ali, for the kind invitation and for the trust you have placed in me to present an innovation that is transforming how the shipping industry understands safety, risk, and human performance. For decades, maritime safety has focused on systems, procedures, technology, and compliance. All of these are essential, but they overlook the one variable that influences every decision, every reaction, and every outcome on board a vessel: the human being. Today, the human factor, which contains seafarers and shore-based staff, is still responsible for more than 85% of maritime incidents. But the real question is not why mistakes happen. The real question is, can we identify the human risk indicators that lead to accidents before a seafarer ever joins the vessel? At Pilinet, we believe the answer is yes. And this belief led us to develop a pioneer and globally unique method for quantify of 26 soft skills, 26 behavioral competencies, profile analysis, collaboration, status, and through screening of 19 psychometric tools, their mental readiness before embarkation. For the first time, the human factor becomes measurable, objective, repeatable, and operationally useful. Through a deterministic mathematical algorithm, the soft screen X-ray and the ship's craft method, in just 10 to 15 minutes, achieved to identify communication ability, stress response, resilience, integrity, critical thinking, awareness, emotional balance, and overall readiness to perform under pressure. What this offers ships management is something completely new. A scientific preview of how seafarers will behave on board before they ever step on board. This means we can identify early signs of unsafe behavior. We can detect emotional or cognitive overload. We can spot communication weaknesses that lead to the escalation. We can understand decision-making patterns in real time, and we can build crews that not only technically competent, but behavioral compatible. The impact of this approach is already visible. Better recruitment accuracy, safer team composition, enhanced alignment between shore-based staff and seafarers, and a measurable reduction in incidents linked to human error. Because human factor accidents are not random, they follow patterns, and patterns can be detected, measurable, and prevented. This framework shifts the industry from reacting to failures to predicting and preventing them through measurable human readiness. It also changes how we think about crew well-being, mental health, and resilience, topics that affect safety just as much as technical competences. In a world where ships are becoming more digital, more automated, and more interconnected, one truth remains unchanged. Shipping continues to be moved by people, at sea and on shore. According to Universal Labour Core Skills Index for seafarers and the study of the major accidents at sea, for all of them the pattern is unmistakable. These were not technical failures. They were human breakdowns that produced technical consequences. Across every case, either it is an incident or a disaster, the same 6 critical soft skills collapsed. Communication, messages lost or unchallenged, leadership, silence when direction was needed, organization, no structure or plan, time management, rush or delayed action, collaboration, people worked alone, integrity, rules bent to pressure or profit. Behind them stood also the same secondary gaps, with low self-awareness, poor critical thinking, weak decisiveness, bad stress control, and no compassion. It is clear. Human decision, human awareness, and human behavior determine whether operation runs safely or drift into risk. And this is exactly we measure human readiness before embarkation through the unique method of quantification of soft skills. Is not just a new idea. It is the new foundation of operational excellence. It's the new standard for maritime safety. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that systems need data and technology. Progress needs human intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ioannis Patiniotis, for that insight. Thank you. And we immediately move to the panel discussion with the topic Driving Change in a People-Powered Industry. On stage for the panelists, let me invite Vasiliki Chrysoula Patricou, Captain Ali Haidar, Simon Kakia, Captain Edwin Vella, and Marcello Pica. I believe you will be moderating the panel, Vasiliki. We are nearing the end, and this is where we are seeing the women taking power. Now, as a moderator, and the next panel and the last one will be Women in Maritime. Let's hear you all. You have 25 minutes. Please, we try to keep it concise. Thank you.
Thank you. In shipping, we speak about technology, regulations, decarbonization, digitalization, yet the truth remains disarmingly simple. None of these systems function without people who operate them efficiently, effectively, and most importantly, since we are in the shipping market, safely. So, yes, crew matters, but it's not a slogan, it's not the trend. It's the living and vital heartbeat of the maritime system. So, I'm Vasiliki. I can make it easy for you. You don't have to say the whole name. And I'm very pleased to be part of this dynamic panel of distinguished personalities serving shipping from different perspectives. So, gentlemen, welcome. Let's explore what truly... Let me open this too. Okay. So let's explore together what truly needs to change for meaningful improvement in competence and performance at sea. Captain Edwin. First of all, I have two captains, as you see, so yeah, that's a challenge. So Captain Edwin, let me start with you. How can maritime training institutions evolve to better prepare seafarers for such a rapidly changing industry as shipping?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, all. So I think as training centers, our main challenge at the moment is the regulations are not being updated in time. I mean, our regulations that we're teaching our students with at the moment are outdated, to say the least. So we are still spending, with our deck cadets, we are still spending over 200 hours teaching them chart work, over 60 hours teaching them celestial navigation. We're still spending hours trying to teach them signals, sending messages by Morse code, giving them an exam that they're expected to pass at 96%, whilst we're only spending 40 hours on EGDIS. So how many ships are still using charts nowadays? So the questions of, incidents are human-related. I'm not surprised, but I think it's the regulations, and we talk about minimum standards. I mean, why are we talking about minimum standards? Why are we talking about standards that we should achieve? You hear comments, but as a training center, you can provide more training, sure, and we do when we can, but that creates a lot of imbalance in the level of officers that we are preparing. So I don't believe that with the current regulations, with the current standards, we are able to follow the necessities of the ships that we have today. The equipment, the technologies, they have to be better prepared. You do what we can, but if we have to spend so many hours, because otherwise from the authority side, from STSW, we're not following the regulations, so they still have to sit for 3-hour exam on charts. Why are we not actually examining them in real situations, possibly in a simulator? Some authorities are trying to be proactive and changing things and, giving them, for example, instead of just 12-month cadetship, where you fill a paper training record book, which still does not reflect today's realities, they have implemented a situation where they can spend 1 month of those 12 months actually in a simulator where they can get properly tested in real scenarios where we can actually see their decision making. So I think we need to align our training requirements, our regulations with today's world.
And I think Captain Ali, from a regulatory perspective, can give the answers. How does all this information and thoughts Captain Edwin just shared align with the realities of compliance and policy? And does regulation actually support this evolution or hold it back?
Good evening. First,
everybody. Now, as you know, that the main tool or instrument we have in hand is the STCW 1978. So it's the only regulatory body, if we can, as a convention, worldwide, passing through all 164 member states already ratified the STCW. So it's one of the major conventions. This is one. Two, the human factor is very important at sea, especially if we go back to the investigation for incidents. We find that 95% of incidents at the origin are human factor. Human factor here, we are speaking about whom? We are speaking about crew. Crew, that means training. Are they ready to go at sea or not? From regulatory perspective, we come back to the maritime administration, to the member state, whether we have the statistics or not, whether we have the member state is doing his job or not. At the level of the IMO or the subcommittees related to the IMO, where we are founding or we are putting all the regulations, and finally the member states are putting these regulations. It's not the IMO. The IMO is just the body, but the member states are proposing some studies, some questions, some improvements. So changing, exactly. So here the big challenge on regulations. Recently I've been at the EMSA and we were discussing about this. The main challenge is the improvement. The convention, the latest amendment to the STCW conventions comes back to when? 2010, Manila. 2010. Here we are now on 2025. So 15 years already, nothing changed. To be honest, last HTW I attended at the IMO, there was 2 topics for the HTW 2 years ago. 2 topics for 5 days we've been on the subcommittee. First, the problem of Ukrainian seafarers with the Russian certificates, etc. And the second one, the equality of gender. These 2 topics, okay, despite true or not, but finally there's a new technologies, finally there's new problems arising on at sea. So we need to go in parallel and to align with these problems in order to find the solutions. One of the latest deadly incidents which happened was a captain coming out with his ship with a foggy weather, on the WhatsApp with the telephone, okay, and the ship collided with another one, result 6 seamen dead. So we have to go with all these. Now again, I think maybe I'll take one more minute, I know we are squeezed with time, but the question of the AI also in the training. With the new generation, now because also I'm board member of Maritime Institute and I know what's happening with the students. We are giving them the task, they are going to the ChatGPT and using the artificial intelligence for solving the problems. It's not, we have to regulate all this. And here where we are missing this at the level, and who is going to do this job, it's coming back to the member state, to the administrations. Maybe sometimes the institutes are doing the job, are doing the task, but finally, who is going to put it into force? The implementation and the enforcement is coming from the member state. And here is the main challenge for all member states who ratified the STCW, of course.
Thank you, Captain. And regarding what you just mentioned about AI, we keep saying that AI is a supporting tool. So we just need competent people. So we need to invest in people and make them competent, empower, develop people so they can manage technology, AI, successfully, effectively, efficiently, and safe again. So Simon, from your day-to-day work supporting crew changes, do you see gaps in skills or behaviors when seafarers arrive, travel, or join the vessel?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, when it comes to boarding vessels, I think the crew are properly trained. Most of the time they are well prepared and they are perfectly capable. However, we have to take into consideration that sometimes when they are tired after long hours of travel, some lack of sleep and maybe some difficulty in knowing what is the plan, how they are going to embark the vessel, especially if they are embarking during nighttime or outside harbor by service launch. They may encounter some difficulty. So here our job comes in importance. Together with ship operators, there must be proper planning, time for rest before traveling, and also before embarking a vessel, especially if going outside harbor. Thank goodness we have many ship operators who are our clients, and they take good care of their crew, and proper planning is done, and they are safely getting on board.
So good preparation and training in other
Yes,
sense
that's the most
is
important.
Always the key. Marcello, from your work across shipping and crew management, how does training translate into real behavior on board, and what resonates most with what has been described so far?
Thank you, Vasiliki. And training today must do more than deliver knowledge. It must shape behavior. As Ministry Bonnet underlined this morning, the importance of a strong crew. The competence is not the certificate, but what the people do at 2 o'clock in the morning, under pressure, how they communicate, how they escalate concern, how they anticipate risks. This is what it matters. So training becomes real through mentoring, through drills, and real routines. In the end, the technology moved the ship, but the people are those that move the industry. And the behavior is the true indicator of it. So basically, just passing through the knowledge is not that what it matters in the end of the day, because you have to be able to put this in performance when you are on the stage, when you are on board. And at the bottom line, what is the other matter that refrain this to be aligned is the motivation of the guy. And this goes when he's well prepared, well packed, formed, and considered on board.
And another thing, behavior is observable and measurable. So since we can identify it, we can improve it. So this is something to start, a good sign. Simon, MedSea handles a significant number of crew changes per year in Malta, and your experience in this field helps in providing reliable support to ship owners and seafarers alike. How would you define MedSea's role in driving positive change in crewing matters in Malta?
Okay, yes, we do handle quite a good number of crew changes here in Malta. Our role in this mainly is to act as a partner to the ship operator rather than just a service provider. We do a lot of different services to vessels. We do cargo operations, we do bunkering, we do all kinds of work. However, crew changes, we find them very important because the human element comes into play. And we have to take a lot of care of this because the crew are the living thing on the ship now. So once again, proper planning in advance, then allow time for rest, and once again, then we have to be on location to help the crew members when they are going on board. Explain what is the plan, and make sure everything is safe. They have transport done on time, good accommodation, and a safe transition on board.
So what I understand, you actually care and you show this care with actions. You're along with your people. You care about your people. Edwin, from your perspective, How does mobility impact training outcomes and readiness on board?
Well, I mean, with regards to mobility from our side, with training, we are obviously, we have a medical, which is a standard medical that have to be met. And therefore, it's not up to us whether to decide sort of if someone is actually able to work on board or not. We have to send them to a medical practitioner. They have to fill up a medical which is according to international standards, and we then, if there is any particular issues, we just need to refer to the authority to see whether they are still able to work at sea, let's say, So unfortunately, it's an industry that there are certain limitations which you cannot allow certain limitations in mobility for someone to operate on board, to work on board. So, but we're following international standards in this regard.
Marcello, how do mobility and transition pressures influence crew consistency in the sectors you operate in? And I know that you're not only in shipping, you're also in yachting, so you have a...
What we have to see from an high-level operator concern, basically the mobility is not just a logistic. Is a real human transaction from a situation to another. So when someone joins a ship or a vessel or a yacht, face fatigue, enter in a new environment with a new team dynamic, and emotional pressure around travel and the family that he has left behind. So if we ignore this transaction, the consistency drops. And if we support with a structured onboarding process and attentive leadership, and performance stabilize much quicker. And people don't move from the airport to a port. They move between the two worlds of their life, two elements of their life. And this is what has to be taken much more in concern. So the welcoming aspect of the seafarer when he joins a ship have to be accepted, introduced, and put in a position to operate at the height of his standard and knowledge with this right motivation as quick as possible for his safety, for the vessel performance, and for the whole environment.
You put it in the right words. Captain Ali, from a regulatory standpoint, where do you see the main policy barriers that create challenges and affect this part of the human journey? You call it human transition, I liked it, meaning the overall crew change process.
Look, here we come back again to the regulatory body. We have, beside the STCW, we have the MLC, these two conventions, MLC 2006. And again, the implementation enforcement relies on the member state and the maritime administration hands, whether they are controlling properly, yes or no. And at the end of the day, there's the operator or the owners of the and I will say an example. I'll give an example. From my side, for example, at Maritime, when I've been navigating, I've been limiting myself for 6 months on board the ship. Why? Because I've been feeling my body was giving 100% 6 months. Okay, and I've been requesting the replacement. Nowadays, and also as acting as a port state control officer, I'm going on board ships, some flag states and some administration and some owners, they are accepting that some seafarers stays above 12 months on board the ship. I don't understand how these seafarers could perform and give perform well and for the benefit, safety, security, maritime and environment protection for that. So that's why all this, I think we have to find a new mechanism for controlling these issues. Sometimes we come back to what we said in the morning about the flag states, about the whitelist flags. This also, it's connected to them, because if the flags are performing and putting the standards, the owners are complying with these requirements, and finally the crew also are obliged to comply. So, but when we have some substandard ships, some substandard flag states, and or let's say blacklist flag states, so we will find all this. We still have a big challenge. I think we have member states who are pioneers. Member states in the maritime industry have to work on it to put these regulations in place.
Well, the challenge, if you allow me, is to change this attitude, this mindset, obliged to comply. We need to exceed compliance and embrace commitment. We have to grow this mentality to people, feel committed, feel valued, so they commit themselves, not just, tick boxes on a...
It's education.
That's a challenge.
It's
Yes.
education.
Yes.
Once the owner or the operator understand that to have a well-trained crew member or in a good health is for his benefit, if he understands this in his mentality, is convinced that this is for his good, for his benefits, then he will do so. So that's why we have to explain to them about the importance of having a well-trained crew in good health, and in addition, well-trained crew, that means you have a good institution, and behind the scenes we have the rules, we have the proper maritime administration, strong maritime administration, able to enforce these regulations.
Exactly. You described the system holistically. This is the way you should see it. Marcello, again, back to you. Your company invests deeply in human experience. And by the way, I particularly appreciated the quote you have on your website. It's not about business, it's about people. So with that in mind, what can shipping learn from your corporate approach to crew management and culture, crew training and retention?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's quite an interesting question, because those are two different words, but they overlap in certain point. They both can learn from each other best practices. Because in the end of the day, whether in yachting there is a high degree focus on the delivery, on the other end is much more focused on the safety overall. But the high performance environment teach us that retention is an emotion before it becomes contractual. So the people stay where they feel respected, integrated, and guided with clarity. So precision and dignity and transparent leadership improve both safety and loyalty. And commercial ship, it doesn't really need luxury as a yacht, precisely. It needs intentionality in how we treat people. Because at sea, competence saves time, but the culture saves the life at the end of the day.
Wow. So I need to skip many questions, I'm sorry. So just one cross-cutting question for all my panelists, for four of you. If you could change one thing, a behavior, a mindset, or a system to meaningfully improve the life and performance of the people on board, what would it be? Ali, let's start with you. No? Who wants to start?
I would change the educational system. Completely.
Agree? Marcello?
I would rather focus much more on the leadership at sea, which isn't a rank, but has to be an atmosphere.
So I think we should keep in mind that I heard last week a statement which stayed in my mind: change is constant. I think it made me think how much everything is changing at all times, especially in today's world. And we have to keep this up from the technology and sustainability and a lot of things are changing. However, the education has remained standstill for the past years, and therefore we need to update the regulations to ensure that the seafarers are prepared, because I think the accidents are happening because we are not preparing the seafarers properly for today's world.
Simon?
I'd say most important will be more leadership and open communication between stakeholders, ship operators, and also with the crew themselves.
Thank you, Simon. Marcello?
If I can compliment, in the end, the real thing that we have to work on is a culture. Because simple leadership in action and strong leadership remain the most powerful performance system that we have.
And having said that, culture is created by leaders. And when I say shipping leaders, I don't mean the game players of shipping. I mean the game changers of shipping that can actually invest in human capital, this charismatic, competent people who serve this continuously evolving industry on board and ashore. So when this happens, I think everything else will align: safety, culture, and commercial outcomes. So invest in the human power of shipping, and I'm sure that everything, the industry will be alive. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vasiliki. Really well done. And also what you brought out, it touches me a lot. And it also, I would like to tie it with what Neil and Kurt mentioned when I was doing their panel. Neil mentioned get people to fall in love with the ocean. And that is as well, the way how then they can commit, like you said, with the right mentality. And Kurt mentioned respect. The respect we get and we build in people to have towards the sea. I think they are fundamental for us to continue growing the people who are going to power this industry. So well done, and thank you for your contribution in this. And we come to our final panel, one which I have been looking forward very much to since this morning. It is Women in Maritime. And I would like to once again invite on stage, this time as a speaker, Dr. Beatrice Kanamari. Mai Elmar, once again, please join us on stage. Figen Ayan. It's a pleasure to have you once again on stage and hear your perspectives now on women in maritime. We have with us Alessia Fenech. She is from Grimaldi Group and the newly appointed president at Vista. Welcome. And to moderate them, we have Lawrence Martinez, General Secretary at Federazione del Mare. In your hands. Thank you.
Thank you all. But in Italy, I would like to say something. For us in Italy, we have a very strict rule. No men, no panel. So that's the reason why I'm really delighted to invite on the stage an icon in Malta, Lino Vassallo.
Welcome, Lino. Welcome.
Thank you.
Glasses are personal. So, it's a real privilege for me, really, to be here today at Maritime World. It is also an absolute pleasure to moderate the last panel of this amazing conference. I suppose it's to mark the highest consideration and respect for the topic. But let me tell you something. Why this title? Reducing it to Women in Maritime as if we were an external body in that maritime ecosystem. I'm sorry, we are part of it for some time now. And I think that the present on the stage, of you too, of course, Lino, of these remarkable, iconic figures in the maritime world prove it. So for me, it's not because, of course, we are living in the maritime world is a man's world. But what is happening is not because men are changing, it's because our world is changing. We have heard this morning, the whole day, that we are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. We are transiting in this energy transition that is not only technological, it's not only financial issue, it is a people issue. So this 15 minutes, no, more than half an hour time, I would like to talk about talent, about people, and men and women are part of this, let's say, journey. So I would like, rather than to talk about women in maritime, to talk about what is now a concept that is well acknowledged in the maritime sector, about diversity, inclusion, and equality. And without any further ado, because I know we are the last panel, and we are all eager to hear the final address of the minister. I would like to present you all these 4 women of excellences, women at the helm, because you're already at the helm in the maritime world, and also Lino. And I would like to address the issue of talents, of skills, of competences. And I will start with you, Elmar. You are the Executive Director at the Cruise Port of Rotterdam. We heard about this some minutes ago. You need no presentation. But just 3 things I would like to say: that you have been named Port Woman of the Year in 2020, in 2004. In 2016, you received the Royal Honour of Knight of the Order of Orange Nassau. And in 2023, the Sea Trade Outstanding Achievement Award. So the question for you of women, of course, is not just about gender battles, but about the future of our maritime industry. We have all to decarbonize, digitalize, and circularize all the segments. And as we said before, the other half of the sea, of the moon, is really part of it. So we all know, but 4 times, that we are facing an historic talent shortage, a profound transformation driven by this DDC, and we simply cannot afford to say let's do it. So I just would like to know from you, from the cruise sector, that you have already been reflecting on the new pathway, and you seems to have very clear ideas, but I know, as it is just to do, you started with data, and you have important data to express. Please.
Well, thank you. People, planet, profit. It's been dwirling around for quite some time. And the people power of people, we just heard that in the session before us. And I think that's all about the essence of what we're talking about. And the world population is 50% men and 50% female, or other, how you want to put it. But that's what it is. And it's amazing to see that some industries, there are hardly any men working anymore. And then we see the maritime shipping industry that's not coping very well because they need people, and female are people, and there are a lot of well-educated female people out there. So I think that the challenge in the maritime shipping industry is that we all of us should look at what is it that certain fields of work are less popular. And yes, cruise is spearheading in having women in both seafarers and on land working. They have advanced the most. I think it's Maersk who has 5% and who is very modern. So if you look at the aspect that we have not enough people working in the industry, it's getting a problem. And on the other hand, we have a lot of capable people that somehow do not see it as attractive, maybe. I shared that earlier, I spoke to, she's from Greece, and her grandfather was in the Admiralty, as her great-grandfather. I think her father became admiral, and she said, I wanted to do that. She said, but I was not able to be away 6 to 9 months a year because of my kids. Valid point. So either you make it that husband and wife can share activities in a more active way, or one changes that maybe 3 months is viable, and I'm sure she would have become, I don't know, admiral, but she would certainly have become a captain. Now she's a very successful maritime lawyer and a specialist in her field. But it has to do with choices, and we are talking about the digital world, AI, ChatGPT and whatever, and it's racing ahead. But you know what's not racing ahead is us people. We are emotions, we need to digest, and we need to learn. And we're living in 2025, and I think it's time that we adjust, maybe not as quick as AI, but definitely to balance out that we have a lot of potential for the marine and shipping industry to work there. So let's make it happen, instead of talking about it.
Thank you so much. So let's go on and to make sure that we are making it happen. So we stay in the cruise ecosystem with you, Figen Hazen. You were on the stage the all day, more or less, you too. You are the founder of ION Consulting, specializing in cruise port development, destination management, and sustainable tourism. It's true that you are an expert in EU affairs. You know that the European Commission has been very active on empowering women in the maritime sector. It was 3 years ago, I think, that Exine ETF produced a declaration on the enhanced participation on women in the maritime transport. For the first time in 2021, the European Commission, when adapting this communication on the blue economy, for the first time decided to launch a call on women in the blue economy.
I feel the pressure.
Yeah, and we have now 2 projects, Win Big and Win Blue, that are underway that will also give some very interesting data. So innovation is something that is key. Research and innovation is key for this industrial revolution. What are your views?
Well, I came here well prepared because I had great panelists with me, and we have added Lino as well. And I had numbers. I love numbers. I'm always making research. And the cruise industry is a beautiful industry where 30% of the workforce is sourced by women, which we can be proud of. But I'm going to leave beside my notes because I'm 52 years old. I was born and raised in Paris, and I've always grown up in a very male-dominated industry. I started the industry by just replying to the phone in a travel agency, and it's thanks to 2 men that I have become who I am right now. So I'm not going to talk about gender battle right now, and I'm just going to talk about the humanity that May has just started talking about. I think that we just need, regardless of our genders, of our sources, of where we are coming, in a totally inclusive manner, is just to support each other in just shining through. And most importantly, I think that, yes, men gave me the ability to be the general manager of a port agency serving the cruise industry from the western coast of Turkey down to Mersin, to the eastern part of Turkey, when I was only 27 and my feet and my legs were trembling. But at the end of the day, as women, we have to also support each other. And I think that that's really key. In a world where, especially in the maritime industry, where competition is fierce, we have to keep in mind that regardless our genders, we have to support each other. And I'm just diverting from the dialogue that we prepared. I'm sorry, Laurence. But again, support, compassion, and putting aside all the genders and just support each other in an inclusive manner.
Thank you so much. I think that your words are really those who want that needed to be expressed today. So I think that if we want to keep the pace and for this panel and finish in time, without any further ado, I will give the floor to Professor Beatrice Camanari. Here again, you need no presentation. You are an accomplished global business leader, really. You have successfully led innovation, sustainable development, and cultural transformation in complex multinational infrastructure projects across various countries in these latest years. For leaders in ports, shipping, and let's say supply chain, ready to scale innovation that are still in that room at that time, please, Professor, your views on the talents needed to scale sustainability for a successful energy transition. Thanks.
Well, good evening. I appreciate being part of this panel. When I was invited to discuss in the Women in Maritime panel, I was like, how can I share any struggles that I faced as a woman? I want to tell a little bit about my story because I think people connect with people's stories. So I was born and raised in Brazil, and I am mother of 21 years old triplets, and raised in a masculine culture as Brazil. And then I moved to the United States, so I lived in the United States for almost 10 years. And living in those male-dominated industries, and I'm a civil engineer by training, and I did my master's in civil engineering as well, and then I did my doctorate in business administration. So I worked, like Lauren said, I worked in several different cultures. One of them was South Korean culture. I worked in a steel mill complex that was connected to a port. And this was like, say, $6.5 billion investment, and we built this mill from the ground. And it was a Brazilian steel company being led by South Korean leaders, executives. So we faced a lot of struggles between the cultures because South Koreans, they prioritize hierarchy and speed and efficiency, while Brazilian regulators and Brazilian unions prioritize workers at the top and coalition building between stakeholders. So during although we were super aligned in building the mill, in technology, in leadership, in capital, but we stayed stuck during construction for months, almost a year. And that was mainly because of these differences between culture. And the only way we solved that, I'm just bringing a few examples here, but we'll get there. So the way of solving that was when we mirrored, in leadership positions, we put two different Brazilian and South Korean leaders representing similar roles, and that's when they understand each other's dynamics, and then they understood each other's needs and incentives. And so from there, we could scale and finish. The other big experience that I had was this joint venture between Brazilian port and the Port of Rotterdam. So Port of Rotterdam bought shares on this port, and I led this joint venture from the Brazilian side. And it was a state government. So imagining we have state government from Brazil, the executives from Port of Rotterdam with centuries of experience. And since the beginning, our goal was to make this deal happen. It was successful. We took 2.5 years to make it happen. And the thing that we did since the day zero was transparency and get all the stakeholders involved with the deal. So we put together the private sector, we put together the legislators, we brought together all government authorities, and we finally got this deal happen. So it was successful because we were able to understand each other's needs, necessities, and put all the stakeholders involved together. Then I moved to the United States, and I am currently working on the U.S. Maritime Revitalization Strategy. So I don't know if everybody's familiar with, but the current administration is totally into revitalizing the maritime industry. And for many years, the U.S. lagged behind the whole world in terms of commercial shipping since the 1950s, in terms of commercial shipping. And that was mainly because of fragmented governance, stakeholders misalignment. And so what we are doing now is we are building cross-sector coalitions. We're bringing agriculture business, we're bringing technology businesses, we're bringing all the manufacturings inland to become stakeholders in the maritime space. And we are building regional forums, regional innovation centers to revitalize the U.S. maritime industry. So going back to the women, so I don't really see being a woman as a bottleneck to a male-dominated industry. I think when we build capabilities that we're able to navigate different environments and build coalitions across sectors and bring out, because the maritime is a very complex industry, so many stakeholders involved with different perspectives and sometimes conflicting interests. So when you're able to understand each side of the table's needs, it's the best way of you unlocking all your bottlenecks or your problems. So this is how I see, this is my perspective, this is how I see things happening. It's not only about diversity of gender, but diversity of capabilities, of skills, and of experiences.
Thank you so much for this. And I think that it's very important because the previous panel was addressing the questions of cruise matters. And I don't know, maybe I was a little bit distracted, but I don't think that the issue of, let's say, gender has been addressed. Maybe yes or no, I don't know. But I think that... We left for the... that is okay. Okay, but I think that it's true that when we are working, I've been working as most in the room in shipping, in a ship owners association, and maybe Lino will talk about that later. And when we are talking with the colleagues of industrial relations that are dealing with the unions, with the crew on board, but also people that are working ashore, this is an issue that is little by little gaining more and more importance about that. And I think that it was the compliment to the organizers. It was good to link the two issues this afternoon. But I'm sure that during the dinner this evening we will have plenty of time to discuss again. And now let me turn to Alexia Fenech. Alexia, you are one of the 10 founding women that have recently, I think it was 2 weeks ago, come together to represent Malta at international stage. You have been joining WISTA International, that is a global, it is for Women International Shipping and Trading Association, a global network that counts more than 6,000 members. And that association for 50 years now is championing women's leaderships and rights in the maritime sector. So I know that Malta seems to be interested to be part of these ecosystems, and I would like to ask you what is your strategy and action plan for the years to come in order to make the Maltese ecosystem more, let's say, woman gender friendly. Thanks.
Yes, so thank you very much for your time and for being here. Yes, WISTA Malta. So WISTA Malta has been a dream for over, I think, 10 years. There have been many women trying to set WISTA Malta up. Unfortunately, for various reasons, this did not happen. And this year, in October, in the Barcelona AGM of WISTA International, which has been approved. It is me with another 9 founding members, who we come together with one strategy, that we want to network, get women from the Maltese industry together, and mentorship. So as we know, and many of you may have read on the WISTA 2024 survey, and as we experience as well today, women remain underrepresented, especially at sea and in senior leadership. This can be for various factors, but I think that one of them may be because there is always a choice in front of our eyes, that we have to decide whether we continue our career at sea or to escalate and go up the ladder and get senior leadership roles, or otherwise we have to have our family and grow our family. So on that note, we may recall more to HR strategies ashore, which go for women who are at sea or for women which are in prominent roles within a company. So what are the strategies? What is the industry interesting to do within the strategy to aid women to continue to progress on their roles ashore and have the role on the board of directors? Further to that, we will be doing a national outreach to the schools, to the industry, to stakeholders, to raise more awareness, what is WISTA, what is our goals, and how we can get much more women together and share what are the possibilities for women to get a career within the maritime, and especially at an early stage. So I thank you all very much for this time today and for giving us space to introduce our branch. We would love to outreach more to women within Malta and even men, because obviously we need a balance, and it's how we always say is gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that Lino Vassallo could be the first one Probably. You have to be. You have to be, because now I would thank you so much for you, Alex. Lino, you have been going through, I don't know, no, I don't want to exaggerate, but at least 2 revolutions. The one of the container, you were around, and this one. So I think that it will be very interesting to have your viewpoint from a gender viewpoint perspective of what has been your experience, because at the time when you were running alone, because we all grew up with you, those who are around in the shipping sector for 30 years, in Malta, we knew Lino Vassallo, we knew it in Brussels, we knew it in London. So for us, Malta has been Lino Vassallo. Now we know you have 2 women. We have Claudia Vela, that has been speaker this morning here, but we have also Marily Frangista, the chairman now of the Maltese Shipowners Association. So times are changing. Lino, how do you live that change?
Thank you. And I want to thank you also for inviting me to this forum. Coming up here, somebody told me from a friend of mine, a woman friend of mine from the audience told me, Beato fare donne. Really, quite honestly, I don't give much thought to that. Probably because from early stages in my life, in my career especially, we have come to make no distinction, whether you are tall, whether you are short, whether you're a woman, whether you're a man, whether you are one race or another, or one religion or another. And for me, at least, it has become normal. I don't even see the difference. There are things which I do or I don't do because there is a woman and there is a woman. I try to watch my tongue if the woman is around. But I think that is something good, not something bad. And I will open the door for a woman. And I will let her go in first. But the distinction stops there. Whoever you are, what I am against, a lot against, is any form of discrimination. For whatever the reason. That is something which I condemn, which I don't agree with, and which I certainly can never condone in any way. Not only not condone, but condemn. And I want to congratulate here Alexia for being the president of WISTA for the first time in Malta. I have to admit, 2 weeks ago, a couple of days after she was elected president, I met her at Emily, and she was introduced to me as the first president of WISTA, and I came in rather strongly, and I said, look, Alexia, I don't believe in what you're doing. And she, why? I said, I don't believe in what you're doing. What was I don't believe in the cause? Because I don't believe that at least in Malta there is a need. How can I believe there is a need when I know that the president of CMI International is a woman. The president of CILT Malta is a woman. The Secretary General of the Tug Association of Europe is a woman. The president, as you said, of the Shipowners Association, although not Maltese, but still it's a Maltese association, is a woman, and the one before her was a woman. So we have 3 presidents in the association, because I used to belong to that association, where 2 are women, and only the first one was a man. And the one who took over from me as General Secretary is a woman. And I can go on and on and on and on, and I can come up with a number. And then I have to remember as well, not in Maritime, the president of Malta is a woman at the end of the day. So what I don't agree with, although I can understand, for example, is that we felt the need to introduce a law to favor more women in Parliament. I don't agree with it. I believe in what Margaret Thatcher used to say, everybody is equal. I don't care whether it's a room full of men or a room full of women, so long as they are competent and the right people to be there, it's not important sex. But I do understand that there was the need, and there is still the need, to make sure that there are no barriers. For example, when IMLI, the IMO, International Maritime Law Institute, was set up, in the statute and the regulations, call it what you like, there is the proviso that at least half of the students must be women. Not must be that, but only if there are no other candidates, then we'll start taking in men after that one half. I don't believe in that, but I saw the necessity of it, because especially it came from to cater for certain regions in the world when there was the need to make sure of that. So in my opinion, one of the most important things that WISTA Malta and WISTA International has to do is to be vigilant continuously to make sure that any obstacles to prevent women from advancing are not there.
Hear, hear. Well said.
One area, and I have to say my small caveat, I'm afraid I don't agree very much with you. Perhaps I did not understand correctly when we said women have to support each other. That I am a little bit hesitant to accept, at least on a blank way. Why? If you see the need because the other women are being discriminated, then yes. But otherwise, why? There is a secret society, we all know what it is, that in their rules they have to support each other, whatever it is done. It gives me a little bit impression of that. Why should women support each other? If there is the need, yes. Otherwise, but again, on the other hand, I give everybody his due, everybody has his opinion, and I will do that. My last word is again to WISTA International. What you have to make also sure is to ensure, not ensure is a very heavy word, to make it possible for more women to be in the seafaring side of the maritime industry. But we also have to be realistic. What are the barriers for that? And some of the barriers may not be discrimination, but they might be real barriers. Because yes, we do need to have women more at sea. Luckily, in Malta, we have captains who are women, we have chief officers who are women, and so on and so forth. So, in my opinion, this is my message: no discrimination, but make sure that there is no discrimination all the way. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Till we have men like you, we are in safe hands. But I would like to say, when you were saying that, make sure that, you are sure that there are discrimination data from WIMBIG and from Wing Blue project, and also from this project that had been at the time in 2021 done by EXA and ETF, show clearly that we have to sustain each other a little bit, because data show that there are things that are not going in the right direction, Lino. So I think that there are still some work. We need data, as it has been said by all the panelists here, to know exactly what we are talking about, where are the problems, in order to address them. But it's true that things are changing, and that probably because we are entering into that epochal transitions, things have to change by definition. Full point, we need less muscles, we'll need just talented people, men and women, so women have to take part of this transition. But Please.
Can I add something about, well, the competition is fierce. That's why I was talking about support, regardless the gender, and including the woman, because the women can be fierce with each other, to be honest, Lino.
That's the elephant in the room.
That's the elephant in the room. And I have lived in Turkey. Maybe it's particular to my country, but I was easier and more comfortable reporting to a man rather than a woman, to be honest with you. And that's why I was saying that the women need first to support each other before asking or just going beyond. And I would like to add another dimension, because we're talking about talent, and we're talking about, I would like to talk about another elephant in the room. I was the leader of Galata Port Istanbul. I was on a semi-C level, but when I wanted to become the CEO and I addressed it openly to the board that I wanted to be the CEO of the company, I had been refused, and people who didn't have the experience have become the CEOs, one after the other. What I mean by that is that women have an extremely talent, and that it also translates to ROI, and that they shouldn't be only on a directorial level, but on higher presidency, also C-level, and that gates should be open to that levels too. So when some surveys are done in the company, in the private companies, having leadership as director is nice, but you should have also on the board level women and men, which was not the case in the companies I have worked, to be honest with you. And
then they earn more money as well when they have
and
it.
their
That's
money.
proven.
Well, that's what exactly what I wanted to say. So according to McKinsey, in numbers, because like I said before, I love numbers. Diverse leadership is no longer a nice to have, but a direct ROI gap, which is widening. And companies with gender diverse executive teams saw a plus 30% probability of outperformance in 2023-2024 global analysis. So if you have women in your team, you can be assured that your company will grow much faster. In transport, logistic, and maritime adjacent sectors, diverse leadership correlates with up to plus 23% higher shareholder returns. So what I mean by that is not only just to make work women, because we are hard workers, especially when we are passionate women, and we can see many passionate women and men, Lino. We can see it from the color of your hair, let's say. So push women not only to be in the managemental, but also in the presidency, C-level board. Listen to them, because we are, at the end of the day, compassionate people who are just bringing another level to your management.
Somebody's tip-tapping because
Yeah,
we're
sorry.
getting over the time zone. Can I add one sentence?
Of course.
I think that it's very important to take away that intelligence, capacity, and the capability of doing so, it has no gender.
Hallelujah. Yes.
I promised 10 seconds to Lino, and then...
I need my 10 seconds to say thank you to IMO.
Yeah.
Many people don't know this, that before, now you said that I've been around for ages. Before I've been around myself, there has been a program at IMO, and quite a vibrant one, for the integration of women in shipping. And I think that has achieved a lot.
True.
And finally, thanks to you as well, as not only for leading this group, but also for the excellent work you've done for shipping wherever, in Brussels, in London, or Rome. And thank you for all the ladies who have contributed to this wonderful industry, which is really our passion. Thank you.
I don't want to add anything. Just one thing. Today is the Women Entrepreneurship Day. A few days ago, it was the Equal Pay Day. And as it has been said, women could stop working from the 17th of November, because since then we are, according to the data, to the survey, working for free.
And 2 days ago was Men's Day, huh?
And it was the Men's Day. But as you rightly pointed out, IMO and WISTA have produced that important survey and data. But first of all, let's produce this data, and among us, let's continue to be passionate, to be determined, to work all together for what is really an epochal period that we are lucky to contribute. So thank you for your attention and to all these remarkable panelists.
Thank you very much. Extremely happy to have sat here and absorbed everything that each and every one of you said. Of course, I champion what you said. I champion as well being role models for us. And perhaps if one thinks we should not hold such panels because women and men, their equal and capabilities and competence are important and key, yes. However, I still say visibility is very important, and we shouldn't underestimate the power of visibility. And for me to see these women up here who are role models was very inspiring, and I think you need to continue inspiring other girls, young girls, who will one day as well aspire to be in your roles. And that brings us to the end of this amazing conference, but not before we hear one final keynote from a person who has been here since this very morning, and I am very keen to hear how you have listened and managed to grasp everything that went on today into a final speech. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Honorable Ivan Castillo, Shadow Minister of Maritime Affairs.
Distinguished guests, the last speech of the day. I know how much responsibility I have on my shoulders. I'm the one keeping you from freedom and food, so I promise you this is going to be the shortest political speech you've ever experienced. I am the opposition, but in fairness, in this sector, that is a misnomer. And it is a misnomer because the opposition and the government in this sector agree almost on everything. There is no team government and team opposition trying to pull together the stakeholders and the private sector. There's only one team, and that team is Team Malta, pushing towards a better maritime sector where we can see this industry grow even more and more. Allow me to thank the organizers, Ali, Jonathan, as well. I would like to really thank the panelists, those all that participated. Every time I come to one of these conferences, I always try and take something with me, but I always leave with more questions that I need to ask, because obviously there's always something new coming up. And we saw this today in every one of the keynote speeches and in every one of the panels, where there's always a new issue coming up that we need to address. There's always a new challenge. I am very proud of the Maltese maritime sector. I'm very proud of what we have accomplished. A fabulous registry, largest in Europe, 6th largest in the world, largest yachting registry in the world. But having the largest registry means that you have to work even more to retain it. That means that we have to start to think out of the box. That means that we have to create situations where ship owners feel more comfortable to keep on investing in Malta as a Maltese flag. So we have to embrace change and not be against it. We have to embrace digitalization. We have to embrace artificial intelligence. We have to embrace where we are lacking and address it. We cannot be afraid and keep on coming up here. And I say this as a politician who has sometimes spoken these words, and say that everything is fine, everything is dandy, we are the best, we are number one. And at the back of our minds, we all know that there is much more that we need to do, and we must do, to keep on pushing forward this success that we have retained over many, many years. But maritime is bigger than the flag. There's much more to the maritime sector in Malta, and we do have many, many challenges. But with challenges, we have solutions, and with solutions, we have even more opportunities. We have challenges like the alternative fuels, disrupted trade routes, geopolitical tensions, but these can all be addressed if we work together. We can all create more opportunities. Research and development, innovation. We were here today and we saw 6, I believe, new creative ideas which fall under the maritime sector. And this is where we need to invest in innovation, in research and development. So together we can push forward, move forward as a Malta Maritime. And that is one other thing. And I think the only thing that we do not agree on, myself and the government, is a Malta Maritime Authority. This industry is marvelous. I remember I started as shadow minister 3 years ago, and I went to knock on Anne Fenwick's door. And Anne Fenwick, being the wonderful person that she is, gave me, I think, an 8-hour lecture about maritime. I left there exhausted, and she said, "Come back tomorrow." And during the past 3 years, I've met so many people, Lino Farrugia, Lino Vassallo, I'm sorry, Lino Vassallo, who took me under his wing again and taught me a lot about the shipping sector and so many others. I don't want to name them all because I'm afraid I will leave someone out. But to ensure that this sector moves forward, we need to ensure that we have the foundations. We have solid foundations: infrastructure, skills, education, a maritime authority, and then we can build on that. We hear a lot the word sustainability, and as politicians we use this word a lot and very lightly. Sustainability, sustainability. But what exactly is sustainability? Sustainability can only be won and achieved if we have a plan. So we need to create plans, we need to work together, we need to have ambition to ensure that we have cleaner, smarter, more resilient maritime sector than anywhere else. And that is my dream, to achieve a Malta maritime sector which is like no other, which is the leader not only of the region, but is the leader in the world. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ivan Castillo, for closing this day with such an inspiring and empowering speech, which finally takes us now to the end of the day. You have been a great audience. Your attention is truly appreciated, and I think you all deserve a wonderful dinner, a wonderful networking together, and a good few days coming up where you are going to meet others and continue the conversation which we started today. Thank you very much, and hope to see you all next year. Thank you. Thank you.